Majlisimizning asosi, ya'ni outsourcing kompaniyalar, informatsion texnologiyalar sohasidagi outsourcing kompaniyalar haqida gapiramiz va biz mana shu O'zbekistondagi biznes sharoitlarini tahlil qilamiz va bu boradagi hukumatning siyosiy irodasi va ko'magini ko'rib chiqamiz. Chet ellik kompaniyalar uchun biz eng muhim bo'lgan, ular uchun muhim bo'lgan savollarga javob beramiz. Ya'ni bu davlatga investitsiya qilish savollariga javob beramiz. Ya'ni bu davlatga investitsiya qilish arziydimi yoki yo'qmi degan. Va biz ham mana shu majlisimizni O'zbekistonning informatsion texnologiyalari bozoriga taalluqli bo'lgan va mana shu ekotizimga taalluqli bo'lgan videoni ko'rib olamiz. Marhamat, videoni qo'yib bering. O'zbekiston butun tarixiy, madaniy sivilizatsiyalar markazida joylashgan. Va uning eng asosiy qiymatiga ega bo'lgan narsa bu inson odamlari yoshligidan boshlab kattalarga mehribon va mahalliy aholini kelgan mehmonlarga qanday munosabatda ekanligini yoqdi va odamlarni
буквально в шаговой доступности, это просто что-то невероятное. Ты можешь там хоть каждые выходные ходить в горы, любоваться прекрасными водопадами, каньонами и другими.
Rate of technology development and world processes is increasing at an accelerated pace year after year. In order to keep in touch with technological progress, the government of Uzbekistan has placed special emphasis on the development of IT in recent years and created a full-fledged digital ecosystem in the country. Hundreds of local IT enterprises, as well as companies that have relocated to Uzbekistan, have already witnessed the results of this progress.
I am very impressed with the developments over the last 4 years.
Oxirgi 4 yilda O'zbekiston iqtisodiyoti o'zini liberalizatsiya qilyapti va men mana shu tarixni bir qismi bo'lgandan juda ham xursandman. Butun dunyo Covid paytida uxlab turgan paytda O'zbekiston to'xtamadi va bu IT parkimiz bizni eng yaxshi namunamiz bo'ladi va men IT park investorlaridan biriman va bu jismoniy qanday qilib O'zbekistonda bir rivojlanish qanday muvaffaqiyatlarga erishayotganligini jismoniy ravishda ko'rishning bir katta imkoniyati barcha davlatlar
which is systematically progressing itself, enriching its economy and giving prosperity to its citizens.
IT Park has launched a special relocation program to Uzbekistan for IT companies, professionals and their families.
Okay, talking about IT Park support and help, yes, of course, they did a great work, starting from the meeting our employees at the airport and the accommodation, ending with a solution of domestic issues. All you need to do is just call to IT Park representatives and they react. And for people who couldn't book a hotel, IT Park found free rooms and booked by themselves, provided temporary SIM cards. The most procedures were done by IT Park. They helped with the registration of our people. The procedure was centralized. So it was a great work.
One of the main steps taken by the government towards creating convenient conditions is the provision of tax and customs benefits for IT companies.
IT Park нам предоставил целый ряд льгот. Мы получили льготы практически.
So IT Park offered a number of the tax exemptions, privileges, and so also the certain taxes were reduced significantly.
requires an environment that meets all standards of convenience and quality. For this purpose, the largest IT hub in Central Asia is being created in Uzbekistan. Also, IT park branches are represented in every region of Uzbekistan.
Один из основных факторов, конечно, это создание инфраструктуры как для компаний, так и для
And so we represent for all the specialists and both practicing and studying, and in all regions of Uzbekistan we are presented, and we hope that in the future we will seek for the support and assistance of the IT Park for the master classes and involvement of the youth and for organizing the training activities.
Well-qualified personnel, Uzbekistan can rightly be called as the smithy of talented professionals. Annually, 30,000 people graduate from universities, educational centers and online courses in IT areas.
Одна из причин, почему мы находимся в Узбекистане,
One of the reasons why in Uzbekistan, so perhaps it is because there are a big number of the emerging specialists. We were very surprised to see the new young specialists, and the 20% of our team, they are the local specialists, and we also have senior specialists also, and nearly all the projects, they are implemented in English, so the level of English of our specialists is also surprising. And
17 times, and the number of export-oriented companies have grown fivefold. The volume of IT services provided by residents increased 6 times, and the volume of export of residents increased 12 times.
мы наблюдаем
we observe the intensive development of the IT park annually, increasing the number of the residents of the IT park, especially of the foreign companies. And we were very lucky that the IT technologies are developing in the country, and we will develop accordingly.
Expanding horizons, generates ideas and reaches the new goals, which is ready to support bold decisions and unite professionals from across the world to start transition to a new era. Become a part of Uzbekistan today.
Thank you very much. I think that set the right tone for the meeting today. Ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, I will ask His Excellency, the Minister for Developing Information Technologies and Communications of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Sherzod Shermatov, to make an opening speech and give us a short presentation that'll give us an initial share of information to start our discussion with. Your Excellency.
Assalamu alaikum. Participants of today's roundtable discussion. Of course, it's not easy to come early in the morning after yesterday's very good dinner, which was organized by our hosts. I'm very honored to see you on second Uzbekistan Economic Forum, and here today we would like to discuss with you about BPO and IT outsourcing opportunities. Why this is important, why this is important for the participants of Economic Forum. Yesterday, so many distinguished guests were talking about uncertainties in the world, increasing fuel prices, increasing cost of money. So in such kind of turbulent world, many Western companies, many companies in the developed countries, they are looking for decreasing their costs. They are looking for outsourcing opportunities. But when traditionally they think about outsourcing, first things comes to their mind is India or Philippines or Bangladesh. Here, today we would like to deliver the message that there is such a place called Uzbekistan, which is also providing an excellent opportunities for outsourcing your business. So this is a message which we would like to ask your help to deliver to your partners, to your companies, and we are very glad to see here so many distinguished guests, ambassadors, heads of different international organizations and companies. And we are ready to discuss during this roundtable any further steps which we should take in order to make Uzbekistan the really new IT and BPO outsourcing hub for your companies, for your organizations. So if you look into this map, you can see Uzbekistan. And of course, for those sitting in this round table, this might be sounding strange, but when I used to study in the United States back in 1998 at Yale University, it was very difficult to find any person who would understand what is Uzbekistan, where is it located. So in this map you can, and I think still there are not so many people in Western world which can identify Uzbekistan from other stans. So Uzbekistan is the only stan country which is bordering with all other stans. So it's kind of very simple explanation on this map. And despite the being quite smaller in size compared to other CIS countries, we have a very strong growth in population. So from 1990 up to now, we almost doubled our population. We increased plus 16 million people. And currently, we are the second biggest country in terms of population in CIS. So we have a huge human potential, which can be utilized through outsourcing. And in order to better utilize this human potential, we are heavily investing on our education. You might have heard that we are making a huge reform in the press school, so we are increasing the share of press school coverage. We have made a tremendous reform process in our public education. Unfortunately, we had a bad history of our school teachers or school kids being at the cotton fields for so many years since the Soviet times, etc. But now it's all in the history. For the past 5 years, all the school kids, all the school teachers are in the school, are involved with the school processes. We have implemented very important projects. First, we call English-speaking nations, so that more and more graduates of our schools will be able to speak free English. We have reviewed our school curriculum. We distributed high-quality Cambridge University Press textbooks to all our schools to provide better English teaching, and we improved the capacity of our English teachers so that the next generation of graduates would be much more ready to BPO and IT outsourcing. So this is a kind of also message to think about long-term improving capacity of human capital. From IT point of view, we initiated IT Nation project in our schools. We connected all our schools with high-speed internet and implemented 1 million Uzbek coders initiative together with our United Arab Emirates partners. And this project was more successful than in Arab countries. The number of participants exceeded in Uzbekistan the total number of participants in all other Arab countries. And this is also the sign how our young generation are interested in learning IT, interested in making a career in IT. Our IT park has IT education centers in all our districts, 205 districts of Uzbekistan. And we also have private IT education residents. Number of such residents increased up to 177. So those are private educational companies which are providing the IT education and also are exempt from any taxes being the resident of IT park. And of course, we have IT specialized universities, Tashkent University of Information Technology, Inha University in Tashkent, Amity University, this is Indian University. And we also recently launched IT Park University, the first online university with our partner EPAM Systems, which is one of the biggest outsourcing companies we have. It's a New York Stock Exchange listed company with 4 billion market valuation. And together with this company, we are trying to increase the number of IT specialists. And this company is also one of our top IT employers. Last year, they had 300 engineers employed in Uzbekistan, and they have the plan to increase up to 3,000 next year. So it means 10 times increase in the local employment within 3 years. And of course, we are launching the next stage of our 1 million coders initiative with Coursera. Recently, we reached agreement during the ICT week. We provide 1.2 million free IT and English courses to our youth, and which will help us to create more opportunities of highly prepared specialists in Uzbekistan. And for IT companies, we provide the best available conditions. All IT companies, they are exempt from any taxes. So once the IT company becomes the resident of IT park, they don't have to be physically located in our IT campuses. They can be located anywhere in Uzbekistan, and they don't pay any corporate tax. This is, I think, one of the best options available in nearby countries. And personal income tax of the workers also reduced compared to the workers in other industries. So it is helping to boost the number of IT companies. Already we have around 1,000 residents of IT park. These are the IT companies or IT educating companies which are working under the umbrella of IT park. And this year we also launched a huge relocation program. Due to these events in February, this was a necessity for some of our companies, residents like EPAM, Exadel, iTechArt, iTransition, Lester Games. This is a war games company. So this relocation program helped to increase the number of foreign IT companies, to increase the number of foreign IT specialists, and we provide the one-stop shop support for those companies to relocate their business to Uzbekistan. And we have IT visa program, which provides specialists who are ready to work, to relocate to Uzbekistan, the same rights and privileges as the citizens of Uzbekistan. So once they relocate, the companies, they don't need to have a work permit for this foreign resident. And we do have the IT Market Uz portal where local IT companies can see that there are so many IT opportunities and so many specialists who are looking for the jobs. And of course, we are building high-quality offices as well in Tashkent. Here, we have completed the first stage of our construction of our IT Park Uzbekistan complex, where the headquarters of the IT companies can be located. And another trend we see is that many IT companies which used to have headquarters in Moscow or some other cities in Europe, they are trying to move their headquarters, Eurasian headquarters, to Uzbekistan as well. So here are the offices if they are deciding to do so. And we are continuing building this second stage of this IT park. And this is for regional HQ. But Tashkent is quite expensive compared to our regions. So for BPO, we promote our regions. We have 14 branches of IT Park in all our 14 regional centers, as well as we have 205 IT centers in all the district centers. So why going to the regions? First, it's cheaper to live in the regions. You can have much cheaper labor force. And of course, we provide other support for those companies who decide to go to the regions of Uzbekistan. We provide the ready-made buildings. We make all the repairs, renovations. Usually, these are the buildings of our Uztelecom. Why buildings of a telecom company? Because previously, they used to have a very huge buildings with huge equipment, Now, with the modern equipment, they don't need that much space. And for BPO, you need uninterrupted power supply. And telecom buildings have the best power supply available in that region, and they have the backup system. Even during the last blackout in the region, in Central Asian blackout, the only buildings which had the electricity were the buildings of our telecom. So, because they constantly maintain the backup systems. And of course, the best internet is also available in the telecom building. We provide all the necessary repairs, like in these photos. We provide the furniture, we provide the computers. The only request we ask from BPO companies is to outsource their business to the regions, to provide the jobs there, as well as to increase the number of employed over the time. And this is really paying off. Overall number of BPO companies exceeded 135, and we see that there are many being opened in our regions. Actually, these BPO companies usually started with a logistics business in the United States. They have many trucks, so operators in the truck operator in the United States, for instance, gets, let's say, 5,000 at least a salary, whereas truck operator from Uzbekistan, he or she is more than happy to work for less than 1,000. So the difference from one operator is at least 3,000 USD. So if you employ remotely 1,000 such operators, then the difference for US company would be $3 million per month. This is a profit for US company, whereas we are happy with 1,000 people employed and $1 million of their salary as our experts. So it's a win-win for both Western companies as well as for Uzbek outsourcing centers as well. And we are also working with lots of international organizations. We are very grateful for World Bank, with which we are working on an important project for promoting our BPO potential. With Koika, with NIA, we are partnering on implementing the IT centers, as well as with the United Arab Emirates. We were working with this 1 Million Uzbek Coders initiative, with IMGAO award, and we recently launched the plug-and-play office here, and we are trying to move from service economy to product economy, trying to launch our new startups as well. And of course, there are many other partners, USAID, UNICEF, ITU, UNDP, OEC, who are helping us to work in different important areas where, for instance, women empowerment is one of our top priorities, because we would like to provide opportunities for our girls, for our women, to be remotely employed, so that by this, ICT can be considered as one of the main tools to women empowerment, as well as this would lead to improve our gender issues as well. And many other companies like ZTE, Huawei, and others are also helping us to provide the training centers to create the new additional BPO centers. So this is to show that all these conditions are helping us to achieve the real results. So here you can see in the graphs the current results of our IT and BPO outsourcing. So the number of resident companies is almost 1,000, and the number of expert companies is almost 300. So we see huge increase of IT exporters during these last years. And the number of foreign companies also increased 33 times. 132 companies are established by foreign entities, and it's still growing. We see lots of companies being opened from Russia, from Belarus, from other countries, and they try to export from Uzbekistan. And we see the increase in the residents in the regions, almost 300 residents in the regions. And the total amount of services rendered by IT residents would reach more than 400 million USD this year. Out of this, 100 million would be export, at least $100 million of export of all our IT residents. And main export destinations are still United States. It's more than 80% of our IT exports are going to United States. And here, we yesterday met with European Business Association, and we hope that the share of European countries would be increasing in that graph as well. Here we have many local BPO exporters. Here, after this roundtable, you have a chance to discuss with them in detail how we can expand these outsourcing opportunities to other countries as well. So this was a kind of brief presentation. Here in a QR code, you can see the link to our special website, bpo.mitc.uz, where you can get all detailed information, all the benefits, all the regulations related to BPO in Uzbekistan. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this very informative presentation. I will ask the support team not to put this presentation away too far, because we will be referring to it every now and then during our discussion. Your Excellency, during your presentation, you mentioned a very interesting proposal to our BPO companies. And I think that requires a bit more articulation. And I have a separate video that provides that proposal that you mentioned in a more detailed way. Can I ask the support team to put that video, please? Thank you.
Think of optimizing your operating expenses for the office and getting on top of the booming market? Well then, welcome to Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan comes with vast experience in IT outsourcing. With over 35 million people living in this country, up to 60% of its population is constituted by youth who can fluently speak at least English and Russian. Privileges and preferences created in Uzbekistan for IT and BPO companies are second to none. IT Park is ready to assist you with acquiring an IT visa for your foreign professionals, registering your company, staff recruitment, finding you an office and furnishing it, and providing it for rent on preferential terms for the first half a year. And if you want to educate and train your professionals, IT Park is ready to provide you a preferential loan. You can also outsource your orders to Uzbekistan-based BPO companies. BPO areas include information system development and support, call center services, digital marketing, finance and accounting, logistics, and many more. Open the gate to the IT world with IT.
Now, this is a more detailed proposal, and we have a very average estimation of this proposal. It's about $100,000. Now, to be very rough and brief, the proposal offers the investment of around this amount of money to any company that is willing to open its office in Uzbekistan. Now, folks, what are the starting points that led to the boost in development of IT in Uzbekistan was the first visit of our president to India. And the subsequent, one of the subsequent decisions was the establishment of IT Park in Uzbekistan, and the government of India was kind enough to give us one of its key experts. Dr. Parthasarathi is here with us. He has been serving as the consultant of IT Park CEO. Now, turning to India as to one of the main points of reference in terms of BPO and IT development, was a very right decision in many ways. Not only because both countries have a very similar starting point and conditions in terms of IT development, but also because of the assets that are most valued by both countries, and that is talented young people, abundance of talented young people. And it is that abundance that makes BPO and IT outsourcing the right area to invest in and to present and offer to the global market. Now the question is, how similar is the path taken by Uzbekistan to that of India? And I think the best person to refer this question to is His Excellency the Ambassador of India to Uzbekistan, Mr. Manish Prapat. Your Excellency, thank you very much for joining us today. I know you have kept your watchful eye on the IT development in Uzbekistan from the very first days of your assignment here. You know all the priorities of the government. You are aware of the recent and not so recent changes in Uzbekistan. Now, how do you assess the strategy applied in Uzbekistan to develop BPO and IT? And with your eye on the early days of BPO and IT development in India, do you think we're taking the right steps?
Thank you, Mr. Ayupov. Very pertinent question. First of all, thank you, Your Excellency, the Minister, for creating this roundtable, which is very timely, and thank you for your kind invitation to participate in this very important roundtable. We are looking at a very transformative, very revolutionary phase in Uzbekistan now, where you have already accomplished the first steps for the BPO and IT outsourcing industry in Uzbekistan to take off. And the results are already evident. I think that this year you are going to have a record $100 million of export from Uzbekistan of IT services, which is very good because you always start from some point and scale it big. I recall my, my memory of going back to late 90s in India. Sometimes we used to see this newspaper headlines that India will soon be exporting $5 billion of IT, BPO and IT outsourcing services. And we would say, wow, that's wonderful, $5 billion. Well, today, India is already exporting IT software services and BPO services combined of $133 billion, of which only BPO accounts for $37.5 billion. Things have been scaled up, it has got big, and I see a same future for Uzbekistan. To dream big is the best thing. You have started, results are already coming in. At some point of time, of course, in India, when this sudden IT boom started, of course, we go back to the years, problems, challenges of Y2K. Education in India was always focused on engineering. The higher education invested a lot in information technology. And this was at that time when that kind of opportunities in jobs were not available in India. So a lot of Indian talent was going outside to UK, USA, Europe, and other places. And suddenly we found an opportunity and it clicked. At that time, we used to say that, look, a lot of good English language speaking, IT skilled workforce is making it possible. Uzbekistan is on the same pathway. And we said that, look, India has a time zone advantage. In the night, in the US, you send a job to India, and by the morning it is done. Well, Uzbekistan has the same time zone advantage. We are in the same time zone. So we would like to see a day that when the same thing can be applied to Uzbekistan. That would be very good. You said that, Minister, that when today somebody thinks of IT outsourcing, they first think of India. We are seeing that the pie is very big in the world, and there is room for a lot of other countries.
Bu imkoniyat O'zbekistonga kirib kelyapti va aytardimki, Hindiston bu sherik misol ko'rsatdi va prezident Shavkat Mirziyoyev Hindistonda bo'lganda 6 oydan keyin summit bo'lgandi 2009-yilda va shunda bu software technology kompaniyasidan ekspertlarni taklif qildingiz va bu yerda birinchi IT parkni barpo etish uchun va ko'p yangi IT parklarni barpo etyapsiz va Hindiston doim ham sizlarga yaxshi sherik bo'ladi. Nima demoqchiman sizga? Ikkita narsa bor bu yerda. Bu outsourcing uch narsaga e'tibor beramiz. Bu odamlar, jarayonlar va texnologiya. Bu iste'dodli odamlar bo'lish kerak, kundan kunga ishlaydigan va bu jarayonlar ko'rib turasiz, yaxshilar ishlar yaxshi yorayotganiga va tashqaridan jarayon va texnologiyalarni olib kirishingiz mumkin. Hindiston bunda yaxshi sherik bo'ladi. Bu yerda yaxshi IT ko'nikmalar bo'lish kerak va vaqt bo'lish kerak, imkoniyatlar va kompaniya deylik 200, 300 IT bilan ishlaydigan odamlar bo'lsa, unda mana shuncha iste'dodli odamlarning qisqa vaqt davomida ish olish va ish boshlashga imkoniyati bo'lish kerak va bu yerda albatta IT o'sib boradi bu salohiyat va 25 ming IT bitiruvchilari bor. O'zbekistonda bo'ladi shu har yili shunday bitiruvchilar bor shuncha va 25 ming ham o'sib borish kerak va Hindistonda 1900 va yillar oxiriga va 2000-yillarda boshiga qaraman bir inglizcha gapiradigan va inglizcha o'qigan va inglizchani o'rganasizlar va IT ko'nikmalarni bilimni xohlasizlar. Bu har bir mahallada shunaqa taktika bo'lishi kerak. O'zbekistonda mahalla degan institut bor. Bu iste'dodli yoshlar bor, universitetda bitiruvchilari va bular bor. Va ular juda qisqa vaqtda IT ko'nikmalarni o'rganib olganda sertifikatlari bo'lishi mumkin, 3 oy, 6 oy, 1 yillik kurslari bo'lishi mumkin va ularni BPOlarda va boshqa joylarda ana shu ko'nikmalar bilan, IT ko'nikmalar bilan ular ishga olishi mumkin. Universitetlar bu yaxshi narsa. Bular juda katta tajriba beradi, lekin biz trening kiosklarni yaratamiz kerak. Ya'ni bu kichik muassasalar juda qisqa vaqtda ko'nikma oladi. Bu ingliz tilida bu bo'lyapti, ingliz tilini o'rgatishda va ko'p o'zbekistonlik iste'dodli yoshlar bilan shu ish olib boryapti. Boshqa tarafdan buni kengaytirish kerak. Bu boshqa ko'p kompaniyalar sohasida ishlaydi va O'zbekistonda ana shunday imkoniyatlar bor va ayniqsa ta'limda va IT bilan ingliz tili ana shunga yordam beradi, kengaytiradi imkoniyat va hozir paytda O'zbekiston hukumati Hindistonlik ingliz tilini o'rgatuvchi o'qituvchilarni olib kelishmoqchi. Biz ta'lim va vazirlik gaplashdik bu haqida. Ko'proq ingliz tili o'qituvchilari keladi va albatta bu AQSh va Kanadadan ham kelishadi va bundan tashqari soft ko'nikmalari, ya'ni dasturlar bilan ishlash ko'nikmalari birga keladi shu bilan va bu BPO markazlarida ishlaydi va AQShdan ya boshqa joydan keladiganlar bilan birga ishlaydi va bu yerda biznikilar ham mana shunday qilib ishlab va bu yerda ishlar outsourcing qiladi va bular odamlar Hindiston yoki Filippinda joylashtirgan bo'lishi mumkin. Odamlar bunga tayyor va shu ikkita narsa bu ingliz tili va IT ko'nikmalarini ularni miqyosini oshirish kerak va Hindistondagi universitetlar bor. Ular ana shu biznes va IT sohasida O'zbekistonda ishlardi. Bu Amiti universiteti Toshkentda va Sharsh Universiteti Andijonda va Sanja Bangalore Jizzaxda va Cher Universiteti ana shu bitimga qo'shildi, imzolashdi va bu institut Hindistonlik nufuzli IT texnologiya universitetini O'zbekistonga ham keltirish kerak. Buni biz muhokama qildik. Albatta buni oshirib borish kerak. O'zbekiston ko'proq IT'da salohiyatli, iqtidorli yoshlarni jalb qilish kerak ishga va juda yaxshi rag'batlar berib turibsizlarki, bu yerda IT mutaxassislar o'zini o'zi band qiladi ish bilan va balki sizlar keyinroq ular rag'bat berishingiz mumkin IT kompaniyalarga, IT parklarga va ularga rag'bat berish kerak, kelib ishlashga va albatta bizga hozirgi paytda ko'proq ma'lumotlar markazlarini, bazalarini yaratishimiz kerak. Ma'lumot markazlari ko'proq mashina o'qitish bo'lishiga qaratadi.
Your companies to excel. So I think that with these kinds of incentives, we are on the correct path. Uzbekistan, definitely is poised to attract more and more, IT outsourcing, orders. And I think that Indian companies would like to become very good partners of Uzbekistan. Of course, I can speak more about it, but I'm sure that, I would not abuse my time. Thank you for this opportunity to speaking to me. Of course, I'm ready for more discussions. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Ambassador, thank you very much. Yes, I can relate to a couple of very interesting points you mentioned, and I absolutely agree about the importance of the incentives provided and mentioned by the Minister. Now, coming back to that presentation, one tends to be left, looking at all these incentives, one tends to be left with a thought, too good to be true. However, now, even though the messages conveyed and statements made by the minister in conventions like this, very often come as guarantees of the government. Nevertheless, it is only natural, to observe discrepancies between the viewpoints of the government and business, because perspectives are different. Now, in other words, anywhere in the world, business perceives messages and statements of the government with a pinch of salt and tends to put more trust into the opinion of its peer business person, so another representative of business. It's very similar to selecting a movie to watch with your family. I mean, you read the official description of the movie, but eventually you make a decision based on the peer reviews left by other people. So for this very reason, we invited Mr. Turdimatov, the CEO of the Rebotech company, a very renowned businessman in Uzbekistan. Mr. Turdimatov, now, your company is one of, if not the largest BPO company in Uzbekistan. You have founded this from scratch. This is a homegrown company. Now, you, I'm sure, had your share of ups and downs. You know the market very well. Now, coming from the experience of your company and based on the reality in which it operates, could you please share with us all the possible evidences to support or to contradict the statements made by the minister in terms of the conditions, regarding all the conditions created in the market for the BPO and IT companies in Uzbekistan? Thank you.
Thank you very much for introduction, and I'm very honorable to be here with you, all participants. And so when it comes to the Rebotech, so I think it goes to my education background that I studied in the United States, and the idea of outsourcing and selling the services, I think, born in the United States because of as Ambassador mentioned, that a lot of companies working in the outsourcing. And I just had an idea to start the business. So I graduated in 2009 and came back, started a company, and we start working in a software development. But at that time, there was no IT park, there were no tax benefits, so it was kind of hard, and we couldn't flourish, or we couldn't grow that much enough, but we had few people. But eventually, and when the government and the president had came out with the IT park, and then grant the companies that the IT companies can benefit from a free zone and then pay zero taxes. That was like turning point where we start growing. And so we had two options. The first, we could go with software development and offering our software engineers to the United States. And why States? Because I have a background in the United States. I studied and worked there, lived there for several years. And so we had two options, either sell software engineers or selling services. So it was very hard to compete with Indian or other country colleagues, Eastern Europe, where for software engineers it requires 4 or 5 years of education plus 2+ years of the training and experience in order to compete with the world. And when it comes to the selling BPO services, it's easier, it's faster to train, and then and especially nowadays, there are a lot of specialists who speak perfect English, especially young generation. Compare like 20 years ago, I remember when I was studying English, it was very hard to find any libraries, or internet was expensive and a luxury. So it was very hard to find people who speak perfect English. And compared today, like, I'm very impressed when we recruit people, almost every person speaks perfect English. And so we hire them, we give them proper training. It takes about 4 to 6 weeks in order to put them in a BPO sector. So it's fast, and we have a lot of resources, especially the human resources, which is in the BPO, it's very important to have access to the resources. And plus, with the cooperation with the Ministry of IT and an IT park, we have access to the pool of talents where we can recruit unlimited number of talents. And I think that was the key, and that was a fuel for our growth. So we start with the supply, offering our services, the back office and the supply chain, and slowly move towards logistics. And nowadays we offer various of services, including accounting. We help with the tax preparation. We offer the bookkeeping, and we recently started, like a year ago, we start offering our design and art services to the United States. And again, I'm very interested in, I think there is a huge potential in European market and in Canada and other countries of the world, but because of my background, so I target the United States. So, so design and art was also successful. Mostly we hire art designers, and they work from here. They do the book illustration. They offer a lot of designing thing remotely. And so when the pandemic happened, I thought we will go bankrupt. But in reality, we were able to triple our revenue because all the companies, most of the companies moved working remotely. So it doesn't necessarily they don't have to have their workers at office. So they couldn't feel the difference where we're working from Uzbek or from California. We could offer our services and at affordable rate and with a good quality. And on the top of it, I just wanted to mention another point where the recruitment of the female workers for customer service is a very interesting fact that on average, if a male customer service representative talks to the customer, because we see the statistics, on average the male representative talk about for 2 minutes, and a female representative talks about to more than 6 minutes, which means, so we are very interested in recruiting the female, especially Uzbek women, to offer our customer service to the United States or any other countries. So do we have any problems? Yes, we have, but there is a dialogue between the private entity and the ministry and IT park. So if there is any problem or issues, we've been working with the minister himself. He supports us on every step, and if we have a problem, we can deliver. So for the last 3 years, we've been polishing this legislation, and we've been polishing the taxation system for Uzbek companies. And I think that dialogue it's giving its results. So we are reaching milestone of 100 million this year, and I think I'm like one of the top exporters as of today, and I'm very positive. I mean, can we export 1 billion within a few years? Yes, we can, because at that time when we starting, we had a target of 30 million for Uzbekistan, and it seemed like it's huge, it's a lot, but today, within a few years, we could reach 100 million, and I'm very positive about billion dollar worth of export. So we have everything for that. I think we have to increase awareness of Uzbekistan in foreign countries, saying that Uzbekistan can be another destination for our partners. Because when we talk about our services and about our company, unfortunately, a lot of companies and a lot of top executives are not aware of Uzbekistan, or they think about something else. When we talk about Uzbekistan, they don't know that we have this pool of talents, we have this supportive government, and we have a ministry who studied in the United States with a beautiful education background. I think that's a key ingredient for success. And I think that's the main thing, because we already have a talent that education reforms and education centers, as a president, as ministry presented, that it's a number of education centers increasing. A number of people who is working with that, where they are very excited working for foreign companies, sitting from and living in Uzbekistan, because not everybody can go to the United States. It's expensive, it's a long process, but if we create this opportunity for young generation that we gave them jobs that they love, where they can use their skills, and then they can work from home, I think they'll be very proud of their work.
Absolutely.
And it will generate and it will give its positive energy to others. Like if you look in our industry, like especially, I think there are more than 5,000 people working as of today with the United States. And I'm the first resident, I'm very proud of it. And another more than 100 companies joined like after me.
Yeah.
Like, am I jealous? No, because I'm very proud that they're joining there, and I don't mind sharing my experience as well.
And we see that, and we see that, yes, and we are very thankful. We see that you do not see anyone in Uzbekistan as your competitor, but as your ally, and I think that is very important. And to the point that you mentioned about the team with a very good education in the United States, may I remind you that another advantage of ours is that the Prime Minister himself also is an IT person, which means that he conveys the right messages to the president and knows the potential of IT, absolutely. Mr. Turkmatov, thank you very much for your thoughts, for sharing your very valuable experience with us. Now, with the very ambitious goals that Uzbekistan has set before itself, we significantly rely on our partners and allies and international development organizations like the World Bank, United Nations Development Program, Asian Development Bank, USAID, COICA, etc., etc. These are very clear examples of very reliable partners. Now, even though they have always been by our side, the intensity of their activities has only increased during the last 5 or 6 years. And with all the reforms taking place in this country, we couldn't have positioned ourselves as the newly emerging market without a proper communication to the international community. And one of the best ways of doing this, of spreading the word, is through various reports and ratings produced and published by these international organizations. But more important support is the one that allows us to tap into the pool of international experts and expertise. The World Bank is one of the key partners of ours that share our priorities, our values, and our vision, especially when it comes to developing BPO and IT in Uzbekistan. Now, a clear example of this dedication to the mission is the project launched by the World Bank called Digital Inclusion Uzbekistan. And we have today with us Mr. Mikhail Bunchuk, the senior digital development specialist of the World Bank in Uzbekistan, to give us a brief dive into this project. Thank you very much for joining us today, Mr. Bunchuk. Could you please tell us how this project contributes to the development of BPO in Uzbekistan? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayupov, for your introduction and for your kind words. Your Excellency, Minister Shermatov, dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, thank you very much for inviting the World Bank to this important event. And first of all, I would like to emphasize that this is in fact a World Bank financed project, but this is in the first place the project of the government of Uzbekistan, with the Ministry of ICT Development and IT Park being our main counterparts. Their teams are preparing this project. It's under preparation right now, which is part of the government's effort to foster digital development, IT experts, and BPO industry growth. And the World Bank team is honored to be a partner of the government in this process, and it indeed intends to provide financing for the digital inclusion project. And as always, with our financing comes our expertise and experience in supporting development persons with disabilities, other vulnerable groups, and also importantly, targeting regional areas of Uzbekistan. To achieve this, the project envisions investments into these vulnerable groups, digital, language, and other critical skills, thus making them more employable and aspiring for higher earnings. Now, a few words about what the project is going to accomplish. The project is comprised of three main components. It's first investing in digital and soft skills of the most vulnerable groups that I just listed. It is about modernization of the legal, regulatory, and institutional framework for the development of IT-enabled industries. It is also, and now I'm speaking about the second component, providing incentives packages for incoming BPO companies. Here we are speaking about helping BPO companies and facilitating a little bit their effort in professional training. And in the second component, we aim to build the foundation of improved digital skills by supporting more specialized skills which are linked to specific requirements of BPO companies working in Uzbekistan market. It is also support in terms of equipment, operational costs, and also, as Minister Shermatov already mentioned briefly, there is an intention to renovate a number of buildings that belong to Uzbek Telecom in the regions of Uzbekistan to equip them for hosting BPO companies. They offer very large spaces for BPO workers, but also, as was pointed out, they offer pretty good internet connections and for pretty good internet connections and stable electricity supply. So the project, as we hope, will finance renovation of a number of these buildings and enable BPO companies, use the space for placing their staff. And here I come to the third component. The project is going to invest in location attractiveness program of Uzbekistan. We hope to support setting up representative offices and agents in key targeted countries to promote the image of digital Uzbekistan brand to foreign companies. And all of this will be supported by a robust BPO development strategy to be developed also through the support of the project. So all of this builds upon strong achievements already existing in Uzbekistan in terms of IT expert growth, in terms of the incentives and different support mechanisms provided by the IT park. As you know already, 15 BPO centers are established. More than 100 BPO companies are functioning, so I don't want to repeat all these statistics. But for me, personally, this is not just the numbers. I, as part of the World Bank team, have visited a number of affiliates of IT Park and some of the BPO centers functioning in the regions of Uzbekistan, in places like Gulistan, Fergana, Margilan, Namangan, and I have seen in the affiliates of IT Park very motivated kids who take basic software programming courses in their spare time beyond just regular school hours. I have been very impressed by the fact that when the BPO center was opening in Fergana, it was recruiting through open competition young people, and the bar for English language skills was set pretty high. And in fact, there were a number of applicants meeting these requirements and applying for jobs in this BPO center, and there was several persons per each job competing. So it shows that young people in Uzbekistan are indeed motivated to enter and work in digital economy, and they are already investing their resources, of course their parents as well, in building the right skill set.
Absolutely.
However, bringing the BPO industry to scale and making its growth inclusive by design is a challenge, given especially that Uzbekistan is facing a fierce competition from countries like India, Bangladesh, and others. Continued efforts to deploy broadband infrastructure in rural areas, to make internet more affordable for poorer households, to increase its speed and quality are prerequisites, and we know that Uzbekistan has already achieved a lot in the space and the government has set important targets going forward. Building skills and appropriate regulatory framework are musts, and the effectiveness of the incentives mechanisms, albeit informed by other countries' experience, and of the infrastructure development envisioned under the project for attracting international BPO companies are yet to be tested and validated. That's why the project design is driven by a phased approach. After some time, we, with our government partners, hoping to take stock of intermediate results and make proper adjustments. We also hope that the project design will benefit from continuous consultations at all stages with BPO industry players and project beneficiaries among the targeted population groups. To finish, I would like to stress that the digital inclusion project, as well as the broader digital development efforts in Uzbekistan, are envisioned as a multifaceted and systemic exercise. And in this regard, I would like to take this occasion to invite other development partners to collaborate closely and explore synergies in this joint work on digital inclusion and digitally enabled job creation. The minister mentioned on the respective slide COICA and USAID, and I know that institutions like UNDP, ITU, UNESCO are all very active in this field, but we can do more together, and I think that collaboration will be very important. Thank you very much. Over to you,
Mr. Bunchuk, thank you very much. I have looked through the project document, and I think the three components do embrace all the major factors and aspects needed to be in place for developing BPO effectively. Thank you for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may remember from the presentation made by His Excellency the Minister, the structure of IT export that showed that 82% of export is made to the United States. Now, I know Mr. Turdumatov's company works with the United States, as do majority of other BPO companies, but with an increasing number of emerging and incoming BPO companies to Uzbekistan, it is quite surprising to see that they are missing one country with an untapped partnership opportunities, Canada. Now, I know that IT Park has one resident, that is for sure, that exports to Canada, but you know, considering the potential of partnership, potential of this country in terms of BPO and IT outsourcing orders, its similarity to that of the United States, the fact that we are missing this opportunity just doesn't make any sense. So, what are the opportunities for cooperation? What is the potential? Is the question that I would like to address to Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Canada to Russia, Armenia, and Uzbekistan, Ms. Alison Leclerc. Your Excellency, thank you very much for joining us today. What are we missing out on? Now, if you could also tell us a bit about the ICT landscape of Canada? And more importantly, what partnership opportunities do you see between Uzbekistan and Canada? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, and I hope in the time that I have that I will make a compelling case to answer that question as a lead to what I think are very, very fruitful partnerships, potential partnerships. Before starting that, though, I would just like to take the opportunity to thank our hosts, to thank the government of Uzbekistan, in particular the Deputy Prime Minister, for a very, very warm welcome. For generous hospitality. And I'd also like to congratulate the organizing team for this conference. It's just been superb, a wonderfully rich agenda. I've learned so much already, including at this roundtable. This isn't my first visit to Uzbekistan. I'm always delighted to be here. And every time I'm here, I'm struck and impressed by the energy here, by the level of ambition for what you want for yourselves across the whole range of Uzbekistan government and Uzbekistan society. And Canada wants to be part of that success story. It's starting already. Our trade has grown enormously over the last 4 years. From a very modest beginning, but it's starting to show progress. And I'm here to look for partnerships that are going to contribute to that even more. The ICT sector is a priority for both of us. And so with that, would like to thank you, Mr. Ayupov, Minister Shermatov, for the opportunity to speak to this roundtable and to make a pitch for why Canada is a great partner for Uzbekistan. But that pitch really does start here. It starts with what we've heard today, with the commitment of the government to transform the IT industry into a leading economic driver of the country and targeting the metric we've heard, I think from our colleague, our private sector colleague, of IT exports of 1 billion by 2028. Recognize in Canada that the importance of the ICT sector, not only in and of itself, but as a key to enhancing economy-wide innovation, productivity, and growth. I'll give you a measure on the Canadian side, and that is our investment in research and development. The ICT sector is the largest performer of R&D, research and development, with 44% of all private sector R&D expenditures. Enabling technologies such as artificial intelligence, data analytics, and the Internet of Things contribute to the digitalization of traditional industry verticals, including transportation, energy, health, banking, education, and agriculture. But we face challenges, and I'll tell you now, and this will really form my core conclusion, one of our biggest challenges is people. So in other words, one of our biggest gaps is your biggest advantage, and that is a pool of young people, talented, energetic young people who you're investing in. We have institutional capacity, we have training capacity, we have educational capacity, in-person and remote. What we need are people. It's not our only challenge, but it's one I want to highlight because I think it speaks very much to where the synergies are between Canada and Uzbekistan. But I think it's important to note, we are operating in a challenging environment now, post-pandemic, absolutely, geopolitical instability, a very practical one in the form of a global semiconductor shortage, the implementation of these quote-unquote buy local policies in major export markets. I think Uzbekistan and Canada understand that future growth really does come from cooperation, from continued sharing of expertise, of understanding that we thrive when the globe thrives. And so I think that one of the things that we need to do more of in getting to know one another better is information sharing about policy frameworks, regulatory environments, and incentive plans. I've learned a lot about that here in Uzbekistan, and I would look forward to sharing more about what we're doing in Canada. So to start with, We've developed national strategies on cyber security, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, among others, to support our industry. We've also created a network of 5 global innovation clusters with approximately $1 billion. I should probably note that when I say dollars, I do mean Canadian, not US. $1 billion of government seed funding, matched dollar for dollar by the industry to capitalize on Canadian strengths and to meet global needs. This type of public-private partnership is something we see as needed to foster emerging industries to ensure that we're able to compete in an increasingly networked global environment. PPP is another thing that we've heard a lot about over the last couple of days, and you know, I think that private sector government partnership is something we see very much and is well developed in Canada. So quickly, just to give you a sense of the 5 clusters. First, digital technology, focused on virtual, mixed, and augmented reality, data analytics, and quantum computing. Protein industries, focused on plant genomics and agribusiness enabling technologies. Advanced manufacturing, focused on robotics, 3D printing, machine learning in the Internet of Things. Scale.ai, an AI-powered supply chains cluster focused on building intelligent supply chains. And ocean technology, looking at marine renewable energy, biotechnology, fisheries, aquaculture, and shipbuilding. My understanding is, and stand to be corrected or challenged on this, that Uzbekistan's interest in enhancing e-government services, ensuring food security, improving logistics, your priorities, you can find synergies in these clusters. So we're engaging through these clusters internationally to explore partnerships, and would really welcome direct connections from both post-secondary institutions and companies. Turning to innovation ecosystem complementarities, have learned so much today about the IT Park, our co-host, and its branches across Uzbekistan. This has many counterparts in Canada. We have incubators and accelerators where startups are supported to transform innovative ICT ideas into concrete international businesses. So I see this as another area of synergies that we can take advantage of, facilitating connections between IT Park and leading Canadian incubators. A couple of examples, iTax, a national not-for-profit with over 20 years experience in bringing innovation to market in Canada. Or Mars, an accelerator based out of Toronto that offers a range of high-value services to help high-growth companies succeed. It was founded in 2000 and has established a curated community of entrepreneurs, investors, corporations, academics, and government partners. So that's an example of an overview of our capacity, and I'll go back to what I said earlier, that our key issue is access to talent. We have excellent IT education programs, but we're just not developing enough skilled ICT workers. And we do understand that remote working capabilities are a way to access those talent pools. And here we come to Uzbekistan, where you're building a pool of talented ICT workers and entrepreneurs, and we'd like to find ways for Canadian institutions to help. We have many post-secondary institutions that operate in this space, including in English training, mentioned by my Indian colleague, ranging from online courses, short-term practical programs, to full 4-year bachelor programs and postgraduate programs, addressing many different ICT skills, coding, data analytics, cybersecurity, computer systems technology, and general IT knowledge. In a post-COVID and uncertain geopolitical environment, our schools are prioritizing diverse student populations and are absolutely recognizing Uzbekistan among them. I would just like to mention cybersecurity as an area where We've really invested as a critical element of e-government and e-commerce. We're actually the 4th largest cyber security innovation hub in the world. We've 3 of the world's best laboratories authorized to evaluate and certify security products, including CGI Group's IT security test and evaluation facility, Domus IT Security Lab, and EWA Canada's IT security evaluation and test facilities. And so many of the world's top data protection firms locate their security operations in Canada, including Blue Coat, CA Inc., Trend Micro, EMC, Entrust, Fortinet, McAfee, and Symantec. I think I'll probably stop there. I meant to turn on my stopwatch to make sure I was obeying the time limit and completely forgot to do that. But I think just to conclude, would like to say that we've heard in the ICT sector, what I think we've also heard a lot of, and where I see a lot of similarities and complementarities, is the values that we share with Uzbekistan. We both, Canada and Uzbekistan, prioritize inclusive, sustainable economic growth, growth that empowers women, growth that offers opportunities to vulnerable communities, growth that respects a multilingual, a multi-ethnic, diverse environment. These are things that have shaped our history, shape our contemporary society, shape, I think, our futures going forward. So ending on that note, that I think we have a lot to recognize in one another, but also a lot to learn about one another. And I hope this has given you a taste, and there'll be more to follow. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Your Excellence, I was assuming that we were missing out on a lot. I heard your speech. I was right. No matter how much we wanted to continue this discussion, unfortunately, the time is brutally pressing on us. So with your permission, I would like to pass the floor for the concluding notes to His Excellency the Minister. Thank you very much.
Dear participants of today's roundtable, I would like to express my gratitude for all your support you provided, the ideas you provide from your experience. And definitely here you have witnessed that Uzbekistan is an opening new hub for IT outsourcing, for BPO outsourcing. And I just want to reiterate the initial message that please deliver the message that Uzbekistan is open for cooperation. Uzbekistan is your next IT outsourcing destination. And here, our ministry, IT Park, we are ready to make any changes to make sure that you won't regret doing business with Uzbekistan. You won't regret investing in Uzbekistan and opening your business business process opportunity, outsourcing opportunity office here. So once again, thank you all, and I hope that this is just the initial stage of our cooperation, and we will be able to move further. And as our ambassador from India mentioned, that we are putting ambitious goals, and we've been overachieving those goals. In the beginning, we were having to see that our export would reach 30 million by 2021. We over-delivered by 1.5 times. We reached 46 million last year. And now we are setting the goal of having our first billion within 5 years. I hope that with your help, we can over-deliver this vision as well, and we will reach our first billion much sooner. And Uzbekistan will become the really new IT outsourcing hub. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
bilganimiz bo'yicha hozir banklar bilan tijorat banklari va birgalikda birlamchi dilerlik bo'yicha shartnoma belgilash ko'zda tutilgan. Ushbu shartnoma ilk marotaba xalqaro standartlarga moslashtirilib ishlab chiqildi va 9 ta bank bilan imzolanishi ko'zda tutilgan.
So we're going to contract with, after the signing ceremony, together with international cooperations, we'll try to develop a coordination meeting.
We are going to start our today's meeting with the official signing ceremony on primary dealership. This agreement will be signed between the Ministry of Finance, Central Bank of Uzbekistan, and 9 commercial banks of Uzbekistan. And after the signing ceremony, we will start our next coordination meeting. Thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, while they distribute the primary dealership agreement to banks, let me welcome you all to this session. I believe that in this achievement is a key milestone for us in developing local government bond markets. In the prior session, we discussed time and time again in terms of the importance of holistic approach from money markets to government bond markets to capital markets. We are very well aware of some of the key challenges posed by external conditions, very well aware of rising interest rates globally and its impact on global financial markets. But nevertheless, we are firmly committed to do key reforms in our local markets. We need to start developing local markets to make sure that the market becomes much more professional than it's right now, to make sure that we increase capacity in our commercial banks and in our own debt management office, which handles with treasury securities. And this is how we weather the crisis, the storm that's currently happening globally, focusing on the domestic market, building what's necessary, the key foundations. And I think in this roundtable, apart from the commercial banks, representing some of the largest and most active banks in Uzbekistan, I also have the pleasure to welcome our reform partners, EBRD, represented by Axel van Nederveen, the treasurer of EBRD, Tom Lanier from US Treasury, who's been very much supporting us in the development of local government bond markets. He's actually the man behind, in terms of Uzbekistan, implementing international standards in local government bond markets, and he's also a key supporter of primary dealership and helping us with the contract. Of course, Adriana, who's our advisor in capital markets, focusing on the infrastructure of capital markets. Somebody asked earlier whether infrastructure is ready to do IPOs and whether the infrastructure is ready to do primary dealership. So the technical infrastructure is very, very important, something that we are keen to discuss. George, you already know, our CEO of capital markets, CEO of Tashkent Stock Exchange, Jonathan from Asian Development Bank, Assistant Treasurer, and supporting us. ADB is a key supporter of our capital markets reforms and including derivatives reforms and sovereign asset liability management, something that we are keen to discuss after the signing ceremony. and of course, IMF, Ron and colleagues from the IMF sitting with us. IMF has done a great job in terms of doing the government bond markets diagnostics earlier this year. It shows a lot of areas where we need to improve. We are open about that, and we are now asking IMF to give us a technical assistance in terms of improving those areas where we still need to improve and develop our local markets. But again, time and time, we are all aware that this exercise should be very holistic. So money market development should be hand in hand with government bond market development, which should be hand in hand with sovereign asset liability management and the capital markets development. So the whole financial ecosystem, whether these are reforms, legal or technical infrastructure upgrades, or capacity building, or events like what we are doing now, the launch of the primary dealership system in Uzbekistan for the first time in our history. These all should go hand in hand in a coordinated manner. And that's why I'm very pleased to welcome you all to our second coordination meeting. The first one happened in June this year. And I believe that this will help us to discuss what we need to do going forward to implement these reforms with your support in a coordinated manner. Now, I believe that we have the primary dealership agreements, and I'm very pleased. First, let me quickly also go through the list of banks who are signing our primary dealership agreement. So, in no particular order, we have representatives from Hamkar Bank, our private-owned, Ipakiolu Bank, my apologies, Ipakiolu Bank, privately owned bank. So I'm pleased to report both state-owned banks and privately owned banks are here to sign. Khalq Bank, then Qishloq Qurilish Bank, National Bank of Uzbekistan, our largest bank, Sakhiyeke from Sanoat Qurilish Bank, our second largest bank, one of the most important banks, Ipoteka Bank, Asaka Bank, Turan Bank, and Asia Alliance Bank. So we also had Hamkar Bank. Where is Hamkar Bank? Nevertheless, very strong group of banks, ladies and gentlemen, top banks in terms of the asset size, in terms of the equity side, but as well as one of the most active privately owned banks, which is a good mix. 9 banks, good mix of banks. So without further ado, let's proceed to the signing ceremony. And I would like to ask the banks, respective banks, to sign their primary dealership agreement, and then myself and Bigzateke from Central Bank of Uzbekistan will sign. Thank you.
Begzod aka, hurmatli hamkasblar.
Уважаю.
Bu
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a really very historical date. I believe with a by establishing primary dealership institution, we're not only developing the capital markets, but also we're developing the financial market in investment banking. We're developing the investment banking. We're trying to develop more and to make this market more professional. So we are going to work together. It's an initial step forward. And in this regard, I would like to thank that you supported this initiative so that you are developing this market. Thank you very much. If we can have a group photo, please.
colleagues, without
Уважаемые коллеги, давайте начнем нашу координационную встречу. И вкратце, если я могу, я быстренько проинформирую вам, что будет происходить во время нашей координационной встречи. Конечно, мы улучшили координацию с Центральным банком, как вы можете видеть. То, что мы достигли сегодня, это хороший показатель. Хорошее доказательство нашей координации по части работы с коммерческими банками. У нас были несколько совместных встреч, чтобы убедиться, что коммерческие банки понимают важность первичного дилерства, финансовых рынков и их роли. И это один из примеров, а другой это объем облигаций, внутренних облигаций, которые мы выпускаем, которые превысили сумму 13 триллионов суммов. Когда мы говорим о цифрах, мы всегда смотрим на чистую прибыль. Мы вдвойне улучшили наши показатели, и к тому же впервые в истории мы выпустили государственные облигации на срок 10 лет, и с тех пор мы создали, как заместитель министра упомянул, мы создали правовую основу для нерезидентов, для того, чтобы они смогли покупать наши государственные облигации. То, что мы увидели иностранных инвесторов на нашем рынке, и сейчас инвесторы приходят, и в предыдущих аукционах мы увидели участие инвесторов. И, как я уже упомянул, первичное дилерство, мы начали применять форму для расчета ставок. Это то, что я упомянул совместно с нашими финансовыми коллегами. И на следующей неделе, во вторник, впервые мы после подписания всех этих договоров, мы проведем аукцион совместно со Всемирным Райфайзен. Мы продолжаем проводить переговоры с Райфайзеном. Они очень хотят быть связаны с Узбекистаном, чтобы со многими мы работаем по созданию депозитов, централизованных. Я уже говорил о показателях. И самое важное то, что мы должны достичь много. И все, что в моих силах, что было бы хорошо, если бы кто-то занимался государственными облигациями, кто-то рынком акций. Мы должны развиваться во многих сферах. И новый рынок акций, как заместитель упомянул, мы должны убедиться, что на наших рынках такие концепты, как деривативы, секуритизация, все это должно быть полностью внесено, и это то, над чем мы работаем совместно с АБР, с департаментом торговли США. Мы работаем с министерствами, агентствами соответствующих стран. И это очень важный шаг, чтобы, если мы сдадим проект до конца года Кабмину, правовые регуляторы, они вступят в силу в течение года. Еще другие стороны, которые важны для нашего рынка капиталов, это прозрачность информации, это касательно рынка облигаций. мы должны обращать внимание на интеграцию рынков. Сейчас регулятор
to see any market abuse or any types of price manipulations in the market. Now, we have already installed in our capital markets software this AI which will automatically red flag some of these trades which perhaps may raise suspicion of market abuse. We have also being very strict to market participants, the brokers, in terms of their compliance with the rules, compliance in terms of the provision of data, provision of trade information to the regulator. That has improved massively over the last 3 months. Also, on the issue side, data transparency, making sure that their financial statements, their supervisory board meeting notes are in open info domain. Again, we've strengthened and we are introducing strict sanctions for those who are not complying. There's a lot more to be done, and we have already discussing with Korean Stock Exchange, who's our provider of our stock market infrastructure, technical infrastructure, and Korean depository to enhance our cooperation in this area and make things much more transparent and much more easier to check. IPOs we've already discussed. Ongoing projects, I'm not going to go through that. But what I wanted to convey to all of you, to our partners, to our donors, to our supporters, and of course market participants, central bank, is that there is a clear progress. You may not see it on a daily basis. But if you take the 3 months, 6 months horizon, there is a clear progress. Your recommendations, your ideas, your support based on the best practices, we are implementing. It's not like remaining in paper in some shelves. It's actually being implemented in the real life, in the real market. So this coordination meeting will be important for us to build on the success we already had and to push the financial market development further, but in coordination. So let me also let me thank my colleague, Mr. Hamraev, for his constant support of this initiative, and let me ask him to also make a quick opening speech.
Thank you very much, Adulbek. Of course, it's obvious good results compared to our previous meeting. It was in May or June, yeah, if I am not mistaken. June. We met in the Minister of Finance, and dear guests, dear friends, of course, we're working together with all all IFS, namely with IMF, EBRD, EDB, and step by step we see some positive change. It's thanks to God, because I remember I am in charge in the beginning of this process, 2018, 2017, 2018. It was very different framework in the money market framework in the capital market in Uzbekistan. First TA we got from IMF January 2018, and step by step, from that time, step by step, try to build some money market framework. How should be? What's the role of central bank? What's the role of Minister of Finance? What's the role of commercial banks? And then we get, if I'm not mistaken, we got 5 or 6 TA. exactly for developing of framework of money market. Then we work together EBRD, thanks to EBRD, to improving the trading process. Also, this process is the transformation of commercial banks, which is provided together World Bank. This also gives some chance. Of course, somebody might be not recognized, it's not, could not privatize all banks or something, but we see very good change of minds of commercial banks. They became more commercialized, they became more profit-oriented. And we provided with IBRD several seminars for treasury of commercial banks. It was very helpful. And step by step, we see the increasing amount of government securities in the market. First, for example, end of the last year, the CBU notes dominated in the market. But right now, last 3-4 months, the share of government securities, Minister of Finance bond papers also increased. For example, right now is outstanding stock of Minister of Finance bonds around 11 trillion, so it's $1 billion. And CBU notes stock is 16 trillion, so $1.5 billion. Beginning of the it's sort of different condition because the role of share of CBU notes was very huge. I think this process will continue step by step with natural base. There are no any like administrative push or something. Everything is market based, and step by step the share of Minister of Finance bonds will increase. It's very good. And current condition, current situation also will push because, as you know, external financing is very expensive next year. So step by step, we will focus to issue bonds and some nominated in the local market. And as I told previous discussion, the saving deposit increased very well due to the high real interest rate. Inflation is 12, our interest policy rate is 15, 3, sometimes 4, plus real interest rate. It gives more positive impact to local savings. So step by step, I think we see some light end of the corridor, and it gives for the inspiration to continue our job. And again, thank you very much for all of our friends, IMF, EBRD, EDB, and all our consultants. I think together our actions will very good fruit. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Speaker Stakir. Now let's move on to our partners. Axel, we've heard you in the previous session, and EBRD is supporting us on the money market front. We discussed a lot in previous meetings on the importance of interest rate derivatives. So, based on what you've heard today in the previous session and now, what are the immediate steps for us? What should we focus on in the next 3 months? It's good to have coordination meetings because we'll have 3 months to achieve another milestone, and that's how we implement things.
It's probably something that's been discussed in the money market working group at the central bank a couple of times, which is really, let's say, in order to stimulate the interbank market, I think one of the key things that needs to be tackled is, let's call it the capture of certain transaction and transaction types in HQLA and the NSFR. Because it's basically the good development since June, therefore Usonia was implemented. But one of the core things that is still missing is, let's say, call it the deep transaction volume. And that basically, and clearly the signal from the banks was one of the reasons is that basically it's being made very difficult for them to actually do interbank traffic without breaking their liquidity ratios. So that, to me, is a very easy win, for want of a better word. Separately, I think Yeah, let's say things are in progress. Basically, the capital markets law, particularly the derivatives market law reform as a component of it, is going to be important. I know that your timetable is extremely ambitious, i.e. the end of the year. I hope that you can get there.
Mission to the Cabinet of Ministers.
Okay. But nevertheless, basically, it is going to be important because it's going to be one of these little keys that also help you being able to transact across borders. For instance, I know basically you might have a couple of business signs with foreign banks, but a lot of their risk management departments, unless there is actual a legal framework that supports it, they might still not recognize the value of the document. But these two, I would say, are the key things, so you can get the money market going. Now, separately, we did buy, through the primary auction this week, a government bond, and I've got a long list of things that maybe are not ideal. And probably I'll share them with you privately. But basically, these are lots of the little things that are probably easy to solve, but they need to be clarified and standardized in order to make it clear for people how the process works. And I think that would make it a lot simpler. And I'll sort of leave it there.
Yeah, thank you, Axel. I wrote for me as as far issues, I should say this issue we should approach very broad base. We have our expert, representative expert from MCM department, Vladimir Petrovich. He is here, and we will discuss this issue because not only FSR and reserve requirement evasion ratio each other correlated. So we should think how could we clarify and how could we change these issues without damage the regulation framework of central bank. We will see. Thank you.
And thank you for buying the bonds. I knew it was you, but I didn't want to say before you. I didn't know if I could tell or not. Great. Now, Ron, an IMF team, your diagnostics, as I mentioned earlier, is very helpful. It shows one green area, some yellow, and a lot of red. And it's literally like that. I'm not using the metaphor of traffic lights. And you have over the years you've been following, I mean, IMF has been following and advising us on many areas. So what are the quick solutions for us to turn some of the yellow into green and some of the red into yellow?
Yes, Odebak, thanks very much, and it's a pleasure to be here and to see everybody here in person in Samarkand. And indeed, in the diagnostic study that was done earlier this year, there was a long list of actions and recommendations. But it's actually very encouraging to see that how fast you are moving on many of these, and I actually want to congratulate you on the agreement with the banks on the primary dealership, which I think is an important step. As we all know, the banks are basically the main part of your investor base at the moment, and I think what Axel also referred to this morning, I mean, a key element here is also the functioning of the money market, and for banks to actually be incentivized to not only buy government securities for the long haul as an investment, but actually as a liquidity instrument, and to stimulate active trading. And so in that sense, and I'm pleased to hear and to see actually in practice that the level of coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the central bank is improving, and to continue on that road. And there, one of the recommendations or considerations is the potential remuneration of the Treasury single account, also to help liquidity management. I see Faisal saying, no, we're not going there. But in our view, at the end of the day, I mean, it's left pocket, right pocket, whether you pay interest to the commercial banks on the CDs that you issue, or whether you pay interest to the Ministry of Finance on the Treasury single account. I mean, ultimately, for your net profit transfer to the Ministry of Finance at the end of the year, it doesn't really matter all that much, but it could help in terms of liquidity management, because at the moment, I mean, the Ministry of Finance goes out into the market, places or holds deposit auctions, places its money in the commercial banks, and complicating the actions of the central bank. So that may be something to consider. I think also and I understand you're moving in the direction, I mean, the issuance of benchmark securities and reopening them regularly to increase the volume and hence the tradability of those securities would clearly help. And last but not least, I mean, the gradual opening to international investors by broadening your investor base. Also because, I mean, right now, I mean, on the one hand, it's very good that you are increasing your issuance, also because, I mean, external financing is also becoming more expensive, so trying to raise more money domestically and make I mean, also improve the structure of your public debt is helpful. But at the same time, you don't want to crowd out the private sector, because, I mean, essentially you only have the banking sector here that is providing financing to the private sector, as the capital market is not that well developed yet. So broadening the investor base by allowing gradually international investors to come in is clearly a big step forward. Vasily can say a little bit more about the follow-up TA, but we are going to provide follow-up TA both on the development of the local government security markets, but also on helping to develop the medium-term debt strategy. Maybe you want to say a few words on that.
Thank you, Ron. Well, actually, I have not much to add. We indeed hear you, both the Ministry and the Central Bank, are interested in the follow-up TA in this area, and we are happy to proceed with this TA, hopefully with the same team who did the initial diagnostic. So I will be in touch with my colleague Guillermo, who was leading this work. And depending on your and his availability, we can do it as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron and Vasily. What Ron mentioned about paying for Treasury single account and the way we manage our deposits, perhaps, again, there is a lot we can do. So that is a nice segue to sovereign asset and liability management, Jonathan, something that Asian Development Bank is supporting us with. We, as you know, we have Treasury single account which holds around 10 to 15 trillion sums, which is $1 to $1.5 billion, and this is mostly the budget organization's money. But at the same time, we also have, Republican budget, municipal budget is all there, right? And then we will deposit some of this money in the banks to earn money. To manage, that's how we manage our cash, short term, up to 1 year. At the same time, we issue bonds. Central bank issues bonds, T-bills. We issue T-bills and bonds. They issue only T-bills up to 6 months. We So sort of, you know why I'm talking about. Sort of, yes, we are trying to coordinate our issuances and how we conduct our cash flow management. They have to take care of the monetary policy, and they need to look at the overall liquidity in the banking system, and they mop this liquidity with their own deposit auctions or table issuances. But nevertheless, we need to, so the reason we put so much hope on the sovereign asset and liability management is that we need to fix this so that both from the economic point of view and from the monetary policy stance, it sort of makes sense. Derivatives are of course important, but derivatives are, I would say, second or third step in that direction. So what's your views on that? I mean, and you work with a lot of other Asian countries, more advanced countries who have been perhaps doing this for a long time. You know, what's the take from here?
Thank you, Oluwek. And yeah, I'm happy to answer questions about sovereign asset liability management. This is a TA which we put together a couple of years ago, and we've already completed our work with other ADB members. Actually, Georgia was completed, and also Mongolia. We do require the cooperation of both the Finance Ministry and the Central Bank for that exercise, but of course we try to take a very wide view of all the assets and liabilities on a national level when we're reviewing this. The exercise is rather successful. In the case of Georgia, we had very deep collaboration from MOF and the National Bank. But the Sovereign Asset Liability Management TA is not designed to provide advice about your debt management strategy per se, and the cash flows. That is something which we provide advice on through our debt management forum, which I know Uzbekistan is also an active participant in. That will happen again in March next year. And particularly the peer group learnings from other Asian developing member countries are very important. I've tried to cite this morning in the previous panel examples from Philippines. There's other learning lessons from Kazakhstan next door, and many other developing Asian countries in that respect. So we can address all your needs with different TAs. I know in terms of TAs, we've also got a TA attached to the Financial Market Development Program loan, which was approved and dispersed last year. That's a $25 million, 25-year, $100 million loan. And we've also got a TA in development for the corporate bond market, which I think is coming your way soon. So happy to work on all those vectors with you. And also from ADB Treasury, I'm very focused on the ability to get access to the domestic bond market sooner rather than later, primarily because the international bond markets are tending to dry up in terms of the ability of finance in, let's say, frontier currencies. This used to be the go-to solution for us, going to the international markets, derivatives and bonds. But now, and in fact for the last 18 months, we've seen a hiatus back towards domestic markets. We issued in China, domestic market, for the first time in 12 years last year. We'd been completely absent, but we went back there. And China's a very orthodox example because it's a very developed capital market, but complying with all the regulations and documentations is incredibly expensive. So it cost us more than $100,000 to document our borrowing program in China. But once we've got it, we've got liquidity on tap. In Georgia, there are other lessons in the sense that time to market is a bit slower, but it's efficient. So we're talking about asking our corporate treasurers, oh, do you mind waiting a couple of months for your money? Never an easy conversation, to be honest. And then in Kazakhstan, as I've been mentioning a few times, we've got, from our perspective, it's not a very orthodox solution, but it's practical. And it really means that you raise the money quickly and get it to the client quickly. The pricing mechanics work. The transparency of the market works very well as also. So sorry, I've deviated off sovereign asset liability management a little bit, but I did want to mention those other points which are important. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. In terms of your last point, you're not the only IFI asking for issuance in our local markets, and we welcome that. EBRD is asking the same, IFCs are asking the same, and we are currently, in our capital markets law, it's already, so in the draft, it's already there. But even before that law comes into force, we are trying to find a short-term solution, hopefully early part of next year. I think that would be a welcome development for our local markets. One other thing, yes, of course. One other thing is, thank you very much for the TAs. I have a long list as well. I will tell you later. Later in this meeting. But we still, whichever TA, I know that the TA that you have given us is very broad, which is good. Don't get me wrong, but the matter at hand, especially relevant to financial markets development, is the one how we manage our liquidity management. And it's not really, it's partially debt management matter, but it's more of a liquidity management matter for us. For central bank, it's a monetary policy matter. So I'll let Mr. Hamraev to also add his views on that matter.
Thank you very much about this single treasury account and enumerament issues. This is we discussed at previous meeting. It's not easy. Of course, we could say do one deal with Minister of Finance and say we will pay, but we should be more broader this issue, because last legacy issue, Jonathan, you touched Georgian experience, but if you check the Georgian central bank law, Minister of Finance gives some primary note to about losses of central bank. In our law, it's nothing is about the central bank loss. It's a very open question. And the written central bank should all send all income end of the year after creating some reserve to the Minister of Finance. What will happen if central bank will losing 1 year, 3 year, or 5 year? It's a very open question. And if I am not mistaken, the experience of Georgia in the beginning point of inflation targeting, which is the central bank started to implement inflation targeting, Minister of Finance will good support. They keep 3 trillion or something, I don't know, but this number, they keep this with zero interest in the central bank to keep help to central bank to manage of liquidity in the system. Last 2 years, 2020, 2021, we suffer from excess liquidity in the system. Exodus now, we provide a lot of sterilizing authorization. We issued $2 billion equivalent bond to the market. Still, we are fighting with excess liquidity. But in this situation, it's very additional pressure for central bank to pay additional some number to the Minister of Finance. We're paying everyone, and we're losing every year, and we're fighting from inflation. End of the day, and our colleagues from Minister of Finance, they pay us also. And the end of the day, they will ask, please send us your income, profit, dividend. We lose 2 years is minus balance. So that's why I'm asking my friend Nerses, he is a deputy governor in Armenian Central Bank, and they implemented inflation targeting many years ago before us, and they providing very good job. It was a successful central bank. I asked this to help us in practice side. What do you think, Nerses, about this issue? Thank you.
Basically, it's a big fight for years. You have achieved the first milestone, single treasury account. Hopefully, the finance ministry will also achieve single ledger for the entire centralized and local governments, which is critical basically from the cash management and coordination standpoint. In our case, we do not remunerate because this treasury account, we encourage to keep it as low as possible. But if the finance ministry has accumulation, they can basically deposit with the central bank with the same terms through the yield curve minus 25 basis points, basically. But it should be termed. It's not like we pay on the balances. There should be some discipline on the finance ministry side for us to pay interest for these accounts, which becomes part of our liquidity management tool in a way. Otherwise, if you don't put discipline, then basically we do have practices, although big accumulations by the finance ministry. We don't like it either. But at least we know that it's kind of blocked for a certain period of time that we could easily focus on our market operations. But again, this was critical when we were targeting the monetary aggregates. Within the inflation targeting framework, it's more or less market discipline, not crowding out the private sector and making sure that liquidity is tight rather than using for monetary policy operations purposes. Therefore, we consider the government as one of the customers like other banks, and they have to have less privilege, and it is accepted in our basically policy environment. I hope you'll also achieve something like that because you want banks to operate, to create liquidity, manage liquidity, and then improve the transmission channel rather than the government dominating in the market.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's why time and time again I
Maybe
think
one more thing. Finance ministry and central bank on the liquidity side should be the same face in a way. If we could achieve, in our case, there are fights behind the doors, but towards the market we are one face, and that helps basically in terms of putting discipline in the market.
Axel?
Yeah. No, in a sense, I wanted to say, for me, the main important bit is you get to see one thing. There's one single signal from, let's call it, the official sector to the market what the interest rate should be. So there's a unity of interest rate. We've seen it in many countries that we work in that effectively, because I call it the Minister of Finance tends to give money for longer terms, that the banks bid up for Ministry of Finance deposits far above monetary policy rates, which to me then seems like it's an odd way of then again creating an effective interest rate channel. But I agree with Mr. Khamkhaev, it needs to be 100% clear that losses ultimately are covered by the Ministry of Finance. Because it is, as you say, it is left pocket, right pocket, so it really shouldn't matter. But it needs to be clear for the central bank that basically they can do it without being questioned when things go wrong.
This is a good suggestions for us to write a TOR for another TA, Jonathan, more focused one. So the one that we heard from Axel, the one we heard from the Deputy Governor, that's really helpful, and from others as well. We are, this is where we lack full understanding, and this is also affecting our bond issuances. Now I will switch to Mr. Gibronas again, Mr. Yeah, you want to?
Because we want to switch to depository now. Okay. One issue about nurses' suggestions about we tried this practice, keep deposit, separate deposit, Minister of Finance deposit in central bank, if I'm not mistaken, 2020. And yeah, it's a good approach, but it's costly, but it's a good approach. But we should here to clarify if Central Minister of Finance could keep 2 or 3 years this deposit, of course we are agreed to pay, keep in the central bank. But this like current liquidity in the short term, keeping the central bank is not, it's, I don't, it's dramatical issue. So,
but the finance ministry, we also have this challenge. Our monetary operations people do not really like it. And even there is another extreme. They say, let's auction the finance ministry deposits, like for market operations. But then you have to come up with other types of instruments to counteract this liquidity provisioning, basically. This is why I personally don't like it. I like the mechanism we have, some discipline and coordination and remunerating with term structure, like following the yield curve lower than the market, that public money didn't compete with the private liquidity, rather than basically bringing the finance ministry liquidity as an additional kind of supply into the system, which would be times by time huge and against the monetary policy kind of objectives. Therefore, solving this issue amongst the official institutions is much better, which is also true for the reserve management, though, basically, because sometimes people think finance ministry could also create its own capacities, managing its own part of reserves. It's wrong. There should be one center of competence, I think, and we have seen this in the beginning. It was a mess, and finance ministry, thanks God, shut down, also with the help of the IMF.
They manage our reserves, so there's no problem here.
In that sense, you are advanced.
Thank you so much. Now, we started a little late, so I'm just stealing the time from the other session because the previous session stole our session. So 15 minutes. Of that, why don't we now focus on depository? Another issue we have in Uzbekistan, we have two large exchanges, right? Currency exchange and stock exchange. Currency exchange, they have their own way of clearing and depository. And then we, the stock exchange, have our own. And we've been discussing together how to merge the depository. We need to have one depository, like this is the ambition from our side, supported by central bank as well. So I would ask Adriana here, who's our advisor on capital markets development department. She's got a broad experience in Romania. She used to be head of the central depository in Romania, to present us, if you can, briefly, about what we are planning to do, and I would like to get your views on that too. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can put the slides. Okay. So the current setup of the market infrastructures is that there are two distinct market infrastructures for government securities, respectively the currency exchange, which supports the primary and secondary market, and also the CSD functions. And for corporate securities, there are two entities, the stock exchange and then the CSD. As it was mentioned earlier by Mr. Isakov, we prepared the draft presidential decree, which is currently under consultation with other ministries and relevant organizations. And the aim of this decree is to improve the functioning of the capital market infrastructure, and in particular the post-trade infrastructure, by establishing a single central securities depository for government and corporate securities. So the first step would be to reorganize the current CSD from state unitary enterprise into a joint stock company. This is estimated to be completed in March 23. The shareholders would be Ministry of Finance and Central Bank of Uzbekistan. The next step is for the currency exchange to transfer the post-trade software, the CSD software, to this single CSD, estimated for April 23. In parallel, the necessary changes and additions to the legislations that are emerging from this decree will be drafted. And the decree also includes a roadmap to implement this capital market infrastructure reform. The roadmap is divided in 3 phases. The first phase is for government securities and is estimated to be completed in December next year. The first step in this phase is to facilitate the access of foreign investors also via Bloomberg, in addition to the existing platforms of the currency exchange. The implementation of a new settlement model, which I will describe shortly, and also the SWIFT communication as an alternative mean to the existing communication methods that the currency exchange is using. The second phase is dedicated to corporate securities and is estimated to be completed in June 24. And then the third phase, which is estimated to be completed in September 24, in this phase, it will be the real integration of the technical platforms of the two CSDs, so for government securities and corporate securities. So in the first phase, it will be the legal integration and procedural, and then in the last phase, the full technical integration. And also in the third phase, the direct links with the ICSDs like Clearstream or Euroclear. The characteristics of the new settlement model for government securities would be that the settlement would be in central bank money through the Central Bank of Uzbekistan's RTGS system, and that resident and non-resident settlement banks would be involved in the funds settlement on their behalf and on behalf of the brokers, which cannot be RTGS participants. The settlement cycle of T+2 would be implemented, as well as the custodian function, both the legal changes and the technical changes, and attracting custodian banks. And as Mr. Isakov mentioned earlier, discussions are already undergoing with the Raiffeisen International Bank. They could also provide in this phase access, indirect access for international CSDs such as Clearstream or Euroclear, or both. In addition to this, settlement risk management measures would be implemented to replace the current pre-deposit of cash and securities, which is the international standard. So this is a graphical representation of phase one. You see on the left side for the government security. So first of all, it's one single CSD. For government securities, we have the new settlement model and Bloomberg connected in addition to the currency exchange, and there is no change on the corporate securities. In the second phase, there will be the changes related to corporate securities, and the first step is to transfer the settlement function, which is currently undertaken by the stock exchange, to the CSD. This is estimated for March 24. Then the new settlement model for corporate securities to be also implemented. This model has similar characteristics to the ones that I mentioned previously for government securities. Also, the SWIFT communication. All these by March, estimated by March 24. In addition, implement the changes that would make possible the trading of government securities also at the stock exchange. This is estimated for June 24. So this is the graphical representation. So stock exchange now can trade corporate and government securities. Settlement moves from the stock exchange to the CSD, and the new settlement model is implemented. No changes in this phase for the government securities. And finally, in the third phase, There will be the integration of the technical platform as well as the direct connection of ICSDs such as Clearstream and Euroclear, and all participants would be able to trade and hold government and corporate securities as they wish. And all the trading venues would be connected to the single CSD. Well, this process is a very complex process, and therefore, inevitably, there will be challenges. And perhaps the most important one is to reach an effective cooperation among all the stakeholders. First of all, at the level of the authorities of the two markets, as well as at the level of the market infrastructures and market participants. It is important to avoid risks such as shareholders not seeing the big picture and the benefits that the new model will bring to the entire market, and focusing on the benefits for their own entity, not realizing that they cannot develop in isolation. Another risk that should be avoided is for shareholders to overlook that their own benefits can only be maximized if the entire system becomes more efficient. Also trading long-term benefits for the perceived short-term benefits, and not realizing that synergies will only emerge if changes are fully implemented and if all the stakeholders act in coordination. Capacity building is another challenge. There is big knowledge transfer that has to take place, and a certain number of people that have to be trained so that they can work on implementing all these changes and then continue operating the system by themselves after the implementation. There are also some challenges related to the implementation, like coordinating the legal and regulatory work with the technical work, and developing and migrating to the single technical platform. So I would like to conclude by saying that the cooperation is key, and this is also what the EBRD Capital and Financial Market Development Team, with whom I work closely, believes. And we are ready to work together with the authorities, with the market infrastructure, market participants, other consultants to make these changes successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adriana. Any comments, questions to the unification of the depository?
Yeah. Just a basic question, maybe a dumb question. Do you actually need two exchanges, or do you need the commodity exchange and the stock exchange? And does this reform create efficiencies at some point in the future by merging the two into one, some savings?
This is certainly a consideration that should be taken into account. If it would be more efficient to actually merge also the exchanges to increase the efficiency and ease the access of the participants. I agree.
But that is the plan in the long run at some point, to merge the two, or right now that's not on the table? My understanding, both of them are SOEs. And both are up for sale.
No, the stock exchange, 25% owned by the Korean Stock Exchange.
Okay. But at some point, the state ownership is going to vanish.
I hope so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would assume...
No, it's a very valid point. I've been asking this question for 4 years, even before I became capital markets regulator. So this is the most logical thing to do. But let's... take step by step in terms of what Adriana presented. I think this is, we are in consensus with central bank, the Republicans, currency exchange and stock exchange. Both heads are here. Raj Chanakya from the Republican
currency exchange, and George is our stock exchange CEO. So they talk on a regular basis. We should start from smaller steps. Unifying depositories is a very important step. We'll take the next steps further once we achieve this key milestone, hopefully in the next 6 to 9 months. Any other questions? Axel?
No, maybe just a remark. I think it's very important, it's very good, and it's really, once you get the transaction volume going, you can see that the economics probably will start to make more sense for people to start to think about what is then the best longer-term framework to build things in. If there's no activity, then by definition, people are just not going to do anything trying to solve these things.
Thank you very much. Now, we've already stolen 15 minutes of the other session. Before we conclude, I just wanted to open the floor to perhaps Tom or other speakers to make a 30-second or 1-minute comment in terms of the overall financial markets, where this is going, and what we should take into account.
Okay. Now, I just want to say that this is kind of in a positive way. It's almost like a snowball that starts off small, and it's picking up momentum as it's going. So I'm pleased to see more and more progress being made as time's going on.
Thank you so much. Before I conclude, I have a list of, as mentioned, technical assistance requests from our partners. And I gladly, it was music to my ears when Ron mentioned about 2 TAs, which I was going to ask. So development of medium-term debt management strategy and local currency market development. So we really need that, as mentioned earlier. From U.S. Treasury, we're very happy with our results over the last 3 years now, right? I forgot about the state debt law that we also developed together with U.S. Treasury. So from U.S. Treasury, we would like to continue our partnership, and their support is important in terms of market infrastructure and development of local currency bond markets. From ADB, I already outlined, so we need to perhaps the scope, we need to make it a little bit more focused to the liquidity management from our side, and monetary policy. They also have monetary policy operations from the central bank colleagues, so we need to definitely look into that. We also would like to ask assistance on DEMFAS, debt management platform that EDB supported us, the electronic platform. We need to upgrade it, and on debt statistics, something that, as you mentioned, on the TA available on the Financial Markets Development Program, we would like to request, and we'll fine-tune the details in due course bilaterally. From EBRD, of course, we would like to continue our work on money markets. We would like to continue work in terms of interest rate derivatives. And Axel, you mentioned that if Ministry of Finance issues floating rate notes, this may potentially help the interbank market rate, which we will consider for next year, and we'll consider issuing it more if the market reaction would be good. So we'll have to discuss on that, Axel, with you and with all the IFIs who want to issue local bonds in our local markets. We have to discuss with you as well in terms of how we can find a short-term solution. We would like to also, those who are not present here, UNDP, for instance, we've been working on green sukuk. Green is easy because we have the SDG bond framework, ICMA compliant, and we can issue green bonds under this. We've done 2 SDG bonds, as you know.
But green sukuk is more difficult. It requires changes to 7 codes and 12 laws and lots of regulations. So it will take probably some time, but sukuk market is very interesting for us domestically and internationally. So this is something we're keen to develop and progress on that. So with this, I would like to thank you all for actively supporting us for the last several years. And I hope that with the results, with the implementation success we have achieved, we are not disappointing you. I think the results speak for themselves in terms of the volumes, in terms of the depth and breadth of the market. But clearly there are a lot more things to do. And we rely on your support as ever. Thank you so much.
Distinguished participants, distinguished panelists, ladies, gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you on launching event for the World Bank report towards a green economy in Uzbekistan. Organized by the World Bank jointly with the Ministry of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction of the Republic of Uzbekistan, the event gathered together very knowledgeable and deep-thinking panelists to discuss the recommendations of the report on green growth, resilience to climate change, and opportunities to enhance Uzbekistan's ongoing transition with a green approach. Introduction of speakers. Let me start with Mr. Ilhom Narkulov, First Deputy Minister of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Mr. Narkulov has been the First Deputy Minister since March 2020. Prior to this assignment, he was the First Deputy Chairman and the Deputy Chairman of the Central Bank of Uzbekistan, served as a head of Monetary Policy Department of the Central Bank, and held various positions in the Ministry of Economy. Mr. Narkulov. Mr. Marco Mantavanelli, World Bank Country Manager for Uzbekistan. Mr. Mantavanelli became the country manager for Uzbekistan on July 2020, has over 20 years of development and management experience working for the World Bank in Latin America, Africa, and Europe. He has also served as country manager for Macedonia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti, and has held various managerial positions in the World Bank headquarters in Washington, D.C. Mr. Mantavanelli.
Thank you.
Ms. Matilda Dimovska, UNDP resident representative. Ms. Dimovska assumed the role of UNDP resident representative in Uzbekistan in March 2019. Before this, she led the country office support team at UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub for Europe and the Commonwealth of Independent States. Earlier, she served as representative to UNIDA, Investment Promotion Service in Vienna, and worked for Macedonian Privatization Agency. Ms. Matilda. Mr. Kam Decheri, a public finance specialist at the French Development Agency. His work focused on how to align fiscal policies and public financial systems with environmental and climate objectives. Mr. Decheri is a task team leader of Green Economy Public Policy Loan Program at the French Development Agency in Uzbekistan. Ms. Eleanor Kramers, Head of International Communications at the Artel Electronics Limited Liability Company. Eleanor is responsible for the development of international PR and partnership at Artel, and involved in the transformation process to align the company with international standards in all areas of environmental social governance. Prior to joining Artel, she worked as a leading communication and business transformation company in London, advising clients across the Commonwealth of Independent States region. Ms. Kramers, please. Mr. Babur Bekmurodov, Chairman, Nationwide Movement Yoksalish. Mr. Bekmurodov is the head of the Committee on Democratic Institutions, Non-Governmental Organizations, and Self-Government Bodies of Citizens of the Lower House of Parliament. He recently been elected as a new chairman of the nationwide movement Yok Salish. Mr. Wei-Jen Leon, a senior environmental finance specialist at the World Bank's Environment and Natural Resources Global Practice. His current work areas include green growth and environmental funds, and the intersection of climate and green policy with public financial management. For starting our discussion, to make a baseline, I asked Mr. Wei-Jen Leon, a senior environmental finance specialist, to present an overview of country environmental assessment report towards a greener economy in Uzbekistan. Mr. Leon, please keep your time up to 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I believe we have some slides. Yes, thank you. The report is entitled Towards a Greener Economy in Uzbekistan. It's a collaborative effort inside the World Bank involving all the practices and expertise in this report. It is an installment in a series of papers or notes that we produced in support of the government's green agenda. We started with a series of green growth policy dialogue, which was really important in terms of raising awareness and getting stakeholders together to discuss this issue. This was followed by a short note, which sort of framed the issues and helped to provide some articulated statements about the value of the green transition for the government, for Uzbekistan. The report that's being launched towards a greener economy in Uzbekistan builds on the work. It's a little bit more analytical, and what we have done is extended our traditional country environmental assessment reports to include additional analytical tools, namely what we call the grid analysis, where we look at green, resilience, and inclusive development indicators, and other analytics like the natural capital accounting, and a few more innovative ways of looking at green opportunities, etc. Okay, maybe just a snapshot. The really interesting thing about this particular report is how it gives a view of the economy using different lenses. In the grid section of the report, we have summarized some key indicators and sustainability indicators and compared them against benchmarks like middle-income peer countries with which a country may wish to compare them against. Quite a busy slide here with different pieces of information, but the main things to highlight here are that there are some key problems which could serve as the main priorities for greening the economy, namely a slightly higher exposure to degraded air quality, where there's a public health issue, high energy intensity associated with greenhouse gas intensity, a little bit room for improvement, let's say, in terms of resource efficiency, both in material resource efficiency as well as water use efficiency, for instance. So these are the things that come out from the grid analysis. Another way of looking at the economy would be through natural capital accounting. This is where we look at countries' natural capital, and we break them down into renewable natural capital and non-renewable natural capital. The graphs on the left show how over the years, the brown and blue bars on top are the non-renewable natural capital in a form of fossil fuel energy and minerals, and how those have been depleted over time. In the meantime, the relatively renewable natural resources in the form of protected lands, forests, pasture lands, croplands have been built up over the years, but have relatively maintained and have not grown by a large amount. The graph on the right, you will see a comparison of Uzbekistan against other countries, probably quite clear that in terms of resource rents, quite a bit of reliance on fossil fuel energy resources, particularly gas. But question is not so much extraction of rent from other renewable natural resources such as forestry, for instance, compared to other countries. And this is particularly an area to look into. It's not as if there are no forests in Uzbekistan, so it's an area to... Okay, this slide just summarizes some of the overall economic costs of environmental degradation. One point to note that in terms of, say, natural hazards and disaster risks, it may not be immediately obvious, but the first two lines shows natural risk disaster, risk to assets to natural disasters is about 0.25% by GDP, but that almost doubles when you consider risk to well-being, which includes both assets as well as loss in consumption. So when you read into it, what it tells you is, although you might have a small percentage of the community exposed to risks, what they tend to lose is much higher, almost double. So it's an indication of a severe vulnerability of a small population, but nonetheless a particular characteristic of vulnerability. Another point to highlight is perhaps the relatively high loss of land productivity and ecosystem services related to the land use area, 4%. This is based on work done over the years in the Central Asia region and Uzbekistan in particular over the years. So just maybe very quickly, what we've done by way of the recommendations is very much go into certain pillars that are reflected in the government's own green growth strategic framework. So we've got something on the sustainable land use, on the low and green carbon transition. The report goes a little bit more deep in certain areas because we have follow-up reports that will cover specific areas like in public institutions. So maybe just to mention that in terms of the policies, we've heard about in previous sessions the importance of prices. So there is a section that discusses the potential to work on the energy pricing and the fuel subsidies. There's opportunity to really create the incentive for low carbon and green transition if you look into that area. Likewise, in the water and agricultural sector, water pricing, there's a section and discussion there on what they could do. Of course, the overall approach there includes investments, includes the use of better technology to improve the sustainability of land use in that area. So perhaps given the lack of time, just to show that it's the report was publicly available and you can search for it online, titled Towards a Greener Economy in Uzbekistan. And we believe that it's hopefully a useful addition to the work of the government in terms of preparing for the green transition. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Leo. You help us to polish a starting point for our today's discussion. And let me to start the round of questions. Dear panelists, please keep time limit for your answers within 3-4 minutes. And allow me to start with Mr. Norkulov. Mr. Norkulov, Uzbekistan has set ambitious goals of becoming an upper middle income country by 2030 and reducing poverty by half by 2026. It is also recognizes the synergy between economic development and green principles and has now prioritized green transition in its new national development strategy for 2022-2026. How will this joint World Bank and ministerial report help your ministry as the lead coordinating agency and ultimately the champion for green transition in Uzbekistan to implement your agenda?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank World Bank, Mr. Leo, for this presentation and the support for preparing this report. I think it's first clear result of our coordinated and collaborative work. The fact that, during the first 5 years or 6 years, we were working in a kind of some fragmented ways. In some areas, some IFIs, they produce some reports, and it is sometimes very hard to, integrate to the policy agenda. But, basically here in this report, we are thinking on the same page, on the same direction. I think it's very good. And from our ministry perspective, it is very easy to digest because we already, working closely, and the results which are produced in this report are clearly understandable. Report is a kind of bridge, towards the implementation. I will not get tired from repeating that just 1 year before, we were just very, very upstream level talking about green economy thing. And then it was mainly accepted as a fact that the measure to fight against the climate change only. Yes, this is very important, but now, whether you want or not, it is the main source of supporting the economic growth. So we have been repeating it from many perspectives. So they come together. Our key policy reform agenda, they are very interlinked, very integrated with each other. Talk about the growth which is dependent on energy sufficiency and energy efficiency. You want or not, you have to accept that Uzbekistan is a net importer of natural gas and oil. So if we were very rich in oil and natural gas, okay, we would say, okay, now everyone is saying, so we have to say, no, there's no way. We have to develop the green energy and energy efficiency. We are not in the previous panel, we were talking about this as well. So we are losing a lot competitiveness in terms of energy efficiency. And the second fact is that, this agriculture sector, water and land issues are also important. And the report, this report brings some key elements and analysis about the report. The importance of this report is that I mentioned in the previous panel that one thing that we are missing is communication. Communication is also important in pushing forward the green agenda. So in understanding, actually it is very costly, very, very costly in terms of delaying the green transition reforms. It will become very costly to understand it and to receive, to fix the messages in early stages. It will help both from the sustainable development perspective and from also, making your corporate sector or business community ready to change which can come in the nearest future. A clear, for the policymakers, there is a clear-cut examples of what can be the damage or the loss for the economy. The cost of natural disasters, for example. The report made an attempt to estimate that land degradation and also, the issues with the water can cost up to 4%. This is the initial, the results. The impact of the air pollution is estimated to be around 6%. And I think, it has to be considered, seriously. And I think we can go even beyond this analysis and saying, what will be the cost in terms of the, impact on the human capital, health conditions of the people. This is also very important. And the report also makes some good policy analysis and policy recommendations, which is very important to narrow down the policy measures and prioritize, and to bring to the attention of the government institutions on prioritizing the policy measures. An example is developing a low carbon policy package. And the second is a green employment policy tool, which is also very important from the perspective of developing the labor market. And other policy recommendations. You mentioned about the, championing. So championing here we actually understand as like a main coordinating agency. And in this report, we are also see this issue recommendations, and many things were also reflected in the jointly prepared with World Bank, UNDP, AFT, and other partners green economy strategic framework, where we pay much more attention on improving the institutional base in terms of putting in place some regulatory framework, enabling framework, and also setting up a government commission, and under it a technical secretariat, which will be a key element of coordinating, because transitioning to green economy, everyone knows it's it requires a joint effort. It's a cross-cutting issue, and that will be very important. In a long story short, so this report is very useful, and I think we have to continue. And some key elements that we can include in the maybe in the upcoming reports and the analysis is I already discussed this issue with green or sustainable area development planning with World Bank, UNDP, AFT, and other partners. That can be also very important in terms of delivering some key messages and communication. How this will impact, if you integrate the third element. Usually our work was in a way that we try to plan infrastructure development and overall the area development from the perspective of social and economic development, and take into account infrastructure development. But as a ministry, we are pushing forward, and I think it will be reflected there. Environmental sustainability will be a key component for city or urbanization planning, and we were, pushing forward this. In recent terms of reference, the regions, they started as a pilot for some areas to develop the master plans. It was already included there. Environmental sustainability will be a key issue. So this is in a nutshell, and I want to thank again my colleagues and friends from the World Bank for this great job, and I think we will continue. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Narkula, for your very important comments. You raised important issues, and I believe that next panelists will answer some, provide some more additional details and for further discussion. Now the question for Mr. Mantavanelli. Mr. Mantavanelli, building an environmentally sustainable and resilient future is one of the pillars in the strategic partnership between Uzbekistan and the World Bank. How does the World Bank support Uzbekistan in building resilience to climate change and improving sustainability under recently adopted 2022-2026 country partnership?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to the first Deputy Minister, Norkulov, for his intervention. Well, okay, this is obviously a question directed to the World Bank for the role I cover, but let me start by saying that this is an agenda that cannot be delivered by any single agency or entity. It's good to see everybody around the round table because we do need a concerted effort to support the government in moving this agenda forward. So I'm very pleased to see some of the partners we work more closely with, the UNDP, the AFD, and others, because it's really something that needs a collective effort and sustained. This is it. So with that, I would like to say that indeed, I mean, we have been working with Uzbekistan. We just celebrated 30 years of partnership. And of course, over these 30 years, we have addressed or helped address some of the sustainability issues that emerged. But I would say it's only with this more recent country partnership framework that we have agreed with the government that we have given a more of a strategic shift to the agenda. I think this is in recognition to a fundamental change in Uzbekistan. I mean, we all, for the first 5 years of the new Uzbekistan, I think focused more on how to transition an economy from a state control to a market, a competitive economy, which is great, and progress has been made there. In this process, we all realized that if we don't address how to plant the seed for the economy of the future, which is a green economy, you know, we would fail a transition. So it's not just a transition to market, it's a transition to inclusive and sustainable markets. And this is something that increasingly the government has been asking for advice on. And that's why we included this shift in our approach more prominently with a special focus area on that. You heard from the report that some of the data from the grid analysis are sobering, right? Uzbekistan is doing well on many elements, but I think it's an outlier, at least on 2 dimensions. The inefficient use of natural resources, outlier compared to peers, and the intensity, energy intensity of its economic models. Those are the 2 big outliers. So we would like to focus our assistance and the partners' assistance around those 2 elements. On the first, efficiency, that may be the more short-term impact that we can achieve. How we can strengthen efficiency and in the use of natural resources in agriculture, in water and irrigation. These are areas where we will be active in sustainable urbanization. These are areas where we as World Bank are actively working, and we will continue to work. But there is definitely an agenda on let's decrease the footprint of the economic model on natural resources, and let's get more out of any unit of natural resource used for economic growth. So efficiency in natural resource. Of course, this agenda goes through also the use of land, and you know, the report indicated you know, signals of land degradation, water stress, air. So environmental sustainability is also at the center of all this. We have launched with the government a program that is regional in Central Asia, but Uzbekistan is the first resilient which address at restoring depleted landscapes and strengthening resilience of ecosystems. So that's another activity that we will be pursuing over the next years. On energy intensity, we work with several partners on that. We need to find ways to make progress there. In part, we are supporting ambitious plans to equip the country with renewable generation. And these are already beginning to have an impact. However, renewable generation needs also a transmission system that can dispatch this energy. And there, we are also working with the government to try to adapt the transmission system to that. Of course, in the process, there is a huge agenda on losses in the energy sector, so energy efficiency. And this goes through technical losses from generation to distribution to households and firms, but goes through also strengthening energy efficiency across. We launched recently a program of energy efficiency in public buildings, but it should be really energy efficiency in buildings across the country. That is an agenda that has a potential impact on green gas emissions, but also on economic growth. Because we know and jobs. It's a labor-intensive agenda that can support economic growth. And this leads me to the last point. I mean, Ilko mentioned communication. I think what he meant is how to explain this shift in terms, because there is a cost in a transition like that, and we are talking about a just transition, right? We should not just transition to a greener economic model by leaving people behind or people, so it's a just transition to that. So there is obviously a cost in the short term, but there is a larger benefit in the medium and long term. And how to explain that? I would say explain it not just to the general public, but to politicians also, right, Ilko? Because we need help in making sure that this is an agenda that is understood as a value-generating agenda. That's where I think we need to support you more with analysis and information that whatever you do today is setting the basis for the economy of the future. Uzbekistan should invest in transforming its economic model to a greener model, not just for sustainability, environmental sustainability, but because, for example, its exports may be, may be facing competitive access to developed markets that put a higher price on low carbon content of these exports. So you may be taxed entering Europe. You may be, so it's smart to lower your carbon footprint today in order to have that. So on that front, we're very active. We are producing an analysis on long-term decarbonization this year. We're also linking it to an important analysis for us. At least it's one of our flagship is a I know the CCDR is a Climate Change Development Report. It's a report that links climate change to the development challenges. So it's not just climate change because we like addressing it, but it is how does it link to economic growth? How does it link to the challenges of that specific country that is Uzbekistan? Because that is different in every single country. And the path to full decarbonization is different. It's not the same here as in the US, etc. So we need to find a way to make it relevant for Uzbekistan, PLOV-like for Uzbekistan, so that it's relevant to this country. So that's another agenda we're working on. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Some short intervention. I fully agree, and we were discussing this communication in three pillars: this greater public, government, and business and international community. So this is important, and again, fully agree that in terms of communicating the business and investors, even the public. So send a clear message, 10, 15, 20 years ahead, where we are heading to, this SIBA mechanism in, the markets which are getting closed for some specific products, and access to not only the export markets, but access to financial resources. Now, all IFIs and other financial institutions, they are looking through the prism of reputational risk. So they are requiring some ESG component, and that's a green component on the projects. So you have to be ready for that. And then the banks have to be ready. And then here the missing point of the communication, delivering the clear, understandable message to business community is very important as well.
Thank you very much, and for your speech and for feedback. I wrote for myself: sustainable transition to sustainable inclusive market demands partnership, nexus approach, and financial resources. If you allow to do this very, very short summary. Okay, next question for Matilda Dimovska. Green transition is at the heart of meeting the ambitious goals set under Paris Climate Agreement and is, in fact, integral part of broader economic transition. But if not managed well, it runs the risk of increasing social inequality and reduced productivity, as well as less competitive business sectors and markets. Hence the call for just transition. What are, in UNDP view, the key elements of just transition that Uzbekistan shall consider?
Thank you, and first of all, congratulations to the report, and it really sets the basis and gives the direction, and can be built much more. Now, I think Mark already mentioned the just transition and the definition even of it. I wanted to start with it, no need, but that basically that it's about creating, greening the economy in a way that is creating opportunities and jobs for everyone, and that leaves no one behind. You even said that. And of course, it can be a powerful, if managed well, the green transition can be very powerful and can have additional than the jobs only development effects, but also it comes with a lot of risk if not managed, that have to be taken into consideration, and the trade-offs to be well managed, and the risks particularly on when it comes to the human rights, the social justice, and so on. So therefore, the necessity for targeted policies there. Now, the sense of just transition differs from country to country context, but in essence, we see it that it's about the principle, making sure that the principles of the just transitions are included not only in designing the policies and DCs and their and of course also in their implementation, so that the social cohesion and acceptability of the policy of the green transition is higher. It's also about the process. Having a social dialogue is a fundamental thing to ensure that there is a consensus among all stakeholders, including the broader population, including the workers, and so on. And then the third aspect that we find important, these 3 Ps, is the practice, meaning having in place good institutional policy arrangements, social protection policies for that the labor market adjustment is requiring or investments in the human capital, training, education, and so on, all that we know, but all of that based on an initial assessment of the socio-economic implications of the green transition. Now, I don't need to explain why we find there is a lot of evidence, in fact, that it is extremely important, the just transition, the just aspect of the transition, for the public broader support. It can be enabler for a higher, deeper ambition, and of course, as I've said, broader development results. Last year, UNDP did a global survey, People's Climate Vote, and it came, that survey, that most of the people very much support a transition that cuts the green, but also cuts the greenhouse emissions, but raises the GDP, creates the job, and brings for everyone the good future. So that basically there is a demand. Now, in the case of Uzbekistan, I think we all acknowledge the increased NDCs last year that were submitted this time of the year, and development of the Green Growth Strategic Framework to be hopefully adopted very soon. And this is a great momentum also to even further incorporate the just transition principles. The strategic framework already makes a reference to it, and it has a cross-cutting principle, and that is a great. In the case of Uzbekistan, it is important particularly to look into the agriculture sector. You were the one, Mr. Norkulov, mentioning it, the contribution to the GDP or to the employment, and therefore will have to be looked, but even more if one looks deeper on different parts of the country, Fergana Valley and Karakalpakstan. The report where the most vulnerable communities are and most exposed to the climate action, and where the most of the green action will be needed. And already in the report, and I think it was mentioned, says that these parts of Central Asia are more exposed to lost income and consumption than the other parts of Central Asia. So attention will have to be there, and not to mention the green aspect. Now, I wanted to summarize with the three kind of key recommendations, what we believe will be important in our case to have. First is this constant analysis of the broader implication of the green transition. In 120 countries, UNDP did a socio-economic impact assessment, and I think as an input to the NDC, second NDC, that has been done as well here in Uzbekistan. But at the moment, we are starting modeling and assessing of the socio-economic and environmental impact of potential reduction of fossil fuel subsidies to different sectors. So that type of information or assessment to regularly be done. Second is this forward-looking agility and ability. You know, we all agree about the jobs and the strengthening of the system, suitability of the workforce for the future, and so on. And the strategic framework already points to the sectors that will be more in demand in the future. But the point is, I wanted to make, it's not a straightforward issue. One needs to really look forward, forecast the trends, global, see where the fast evolving markets will demand. But long term, but very fast adjustments, measures will be required. And the third point is final, what you call communication, and we call sometimes coordination. Needless to say, no policy can do one policy, no actor can do that. And therefore, I think the role of the ministry as a main coordinating entity will be extremely important. It's great that it is strengthened by the technical secretariat and so on. And we, of course, are, so far we worked very well, coordinated and are ready to continue. But one communication side is with the public. I think there is potentially more to be done, dialogue. So not only to consult, but also to motivate, because, I mean, I think at some point we have to move from nationally to personally determined contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you allow, I will ask Mr. Kandecheri to ask also very interesting question. Tax measures are a powerful instrument to green growth. The report outlines that the introduction of a carbon tax of $35 per ton could generate up to 5% of GDP in additional revenues while reducing GHG emissions by 11%. What could be the way forward to align Uzbekistan tax framework with the green economy?
Well, first of all, thanks to the World Bank for conducting this analysis. I think it's a great piece of insight on how carbon pricing could work in practice in Uzbekistan. Now about implementation. I would assume that the first step would be to seriously have a go at phasing out current subsidies and tax expenditures. Fundamentally, tax subsidies and expenditures are negative tax. So in a sense, if you introduce a carbon tax while leaving fossil fuel subsidy in place, or tax expenditures, you're adding two systems on top of another, pulling into different direction. That's fundamentally inefficient for the government. It costs them a lot to do and undo the same thing. And it's also, in a sense, a problem of coordination, because then you have two different systems acting on the price, perhaps two different systems resting in two different institutions, and it becomes very difficult to steer the market the way the green economy needs to be steered. So the challenge of phasing out tax expenditures and fossil fuel subsidies is huge. To give you a sense of the magnitude of the issue, in 2018 it was estimated that tax expenditures in Uzbekistan represented roughly 7% of GDP. And in 2020, fossil fuel subsidies were around, according to IAEA estimate, $4 billion. So that takes time to take a census of it, to formulate a strategy to phase it out, and to give you a benchmark. Indonesia conducted its own fossil fuel subsidy reform over a 15 years period of time. And it took them 20 years, actually, to get from 100% of electricity consumption subsidized to the current level of 23%. So it won't happen in a matter of weeks. It will take years, which begs the question of what can we do in the meantime? And I think that it's also useful to look at the tax agenda beyond carbon tax, because there's a lot of things can be done on a very pragmatic manner to boost and accelerate the transition to a green economy. And I will give you two examples. We talk a lot about mitigation to climate change, reduction of emissions. But Uzbekistan, being very vulnerable to rising global temperature, is a country where adaptation is probably the biggest agenda. And it's also the one which will impact livelihood of people the most. And here it's all about water. Water, water, water. We spoke a lot about climate-smart agriculture in the previous panel. And there's a lot of things which could be done to incentivize better water use. Currently, 80% of the water consumed in Uzbekistan is not taxed. And the remaining 20% is taxed at very, very low rates, around 40 to 700 sum per cubic meters. So the government is trying to incentivize efficient irrigation technique, like dripping irrigation, and they actually spend money on that. But at the same time, by not charging water, they don't really create an incentive for private actors to actually buy into this technology. Why would you want to save something which is free? So there's probably something to be done here, but it will also take time, because right now there is very little data on water consumption in Uzbekistan. Currently, the Ministry of Water is rolling out water meters in the 14,000 plus boreholes which are used for water extraction. It ought to be completed by 2023, so 2024 will be the first year where we have full data on water consumption and production. And then would be a good time perhaps to launch a full economic analysis of water consumption in Uzbekistan and try to determine if there is a case to be made for a water tax. Other potential agenda, I think, which is also very people-centric in the sense that it does not only deliver on reducing GHG emission, but on concrete health benefit, air pollution. We talked about the fact that air pollution is a huge issue in Uzbekistan, but actually 2 weeks ago, I looked at an app on my phone to try to assess what is the level of particulate matters, which is one of the main air pollutants in Tashkent. And the level at the time, on October 17th, was 48 times higher than the WHO recommended standard. And Tashkent was not among the top 20 most polluted city. It was the most polluted city in the world for that particular day of the year, on top of Lahore or Lagos or other very polluted cities. So here there is a lot of things which could be done. There is already a pollution charge system in place in Uzbekistan, but it taxes a lot of different pollutants very little. It's 170 plus different types of pollutants, and it brings about $2 million a year. $2 million a year for the whole of the pollutants covered is not enough to incentivize here also pollution abatement investment. So what could be done? Potentially you could target 5 to 6 very big air pollutants, take them out of the pollution charge system, and turn them into a pollution tax. There's a lot of different models which have been tried in different countries, in Sweden and Norway, for instance. But there's also simpler things which could be done through the excise duty, directly into consumption. And that would have very concrete results for the population in terms of health, in terms of disease avoided, in terms of productivity gains. But it will also have an impact on climate, because the source of most of these pollutants is coal. So in the end, you would deliver both on something which is tangible for the population, but also tangible for climate. And I think trying to find this kind of pragmatic co-benefits in the medium term while preparing for the longer term with carbon pricing instrument would be a nice two-punch approach to taxation for green economy.
Thank you very much. In the beginning of our discussion, we heard the representatives of international organizations. Now it's time to give a floor to representatives of business and non-commercial organizations. Ms. Kramers, one of the main opportunities highlighted in the report is that the green economy is usually perceived as one that uses new technology and rewards innovation. What is Artel Electronics doing in terms of green technology and innovation?
Thank you very much. And firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the World Bank and the Ministry of Economic Development and all of you for the opportunity to contribute to this, and congratulations on the launch of your report. So Artel, for those of you that don't know, is we're a manufacturer of home appliances. We're the largest home appliance manufacturer in Central Asia. We manufacture 4 million products a year and have about 10,000 employees in all regions of Uzbekistan. And as part of the transformation of our business and the professionalization of our business, we're aligning with international standards, and this includes across ESG, and this is something we're very committed to. However, as a household appliance manufacturer, our emissions and our impact don't just cover our operations and our day-to-day business, but of course it's the life cycle of our products, and that's really where, as you say, we are putting our energy into. So we're committed to reducing our carbon footprint and those of our products. We're investing in new models of appliances that save gas, that save water. We have appliances that work kind of two-tone, that work with low voltages, but therefore save energy. And we're also working to calculate our emissions, scope 1 and 2 emissions across our operations, to understand how we can go further. And estimate our scope 3 emissions, but that's harder because that covers the whole supply chain, and we import many components from different places. So no, as I said, we're very, very committed to reducing our carbon footprint and using innovation to help us do that. However, going to the challenges, I think going back to what has already been discussed, I think education is a key challenge for us, because we can, it's cost and education, because we're a business, we're a private business, and therefore each change to the manufacturing process is expensive. So when you introduce something that reduces X, Y, or Z emission or saves this much water, you have to have a reason to it, and cost is the key factor in the decision-making process often. And consumers yet in Uzbekistan, I think obviously in Western Europe and America, people happily pay premiums for more energy-efficient products as such. And obviously Uzbekistan is at a very, very early stage of this. So we're working, a lot of our products have kind of two, as I said, there are two reasons why you would reduce, why you would invest in them, because they reduce electricity usage, or they're useful in rural areas, and they're actually more energy efficient as well. And obviously, of course, in terms of calculation, one of our challenges is supply chain. So many products, many components we have from different countries, and it can be very difficult to calculate the carbon footprint of those products specifically when you're importing from opaque markets. So that can be very difficult. But broadly speaking, we are just at the beginning of our journey, and we're very kind of grateful to policymakers and NGOs, and we're just learning how we can, I guess, attack the low-hanging fruit, and but also kind of develop and grow in the most sustainable fashion. So that's a little bit about Artel. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, please, Mr. Baburbek Murodov, the green transition, talking about inclusive approach to green transition, some of recommendations from the report may suggest livelihood changes. Is there a sense among communities that the green growth will benefit them directly?
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Good afternoon, dear panelists. Thank you for this opportunity to take part in this important panel. First of all, I want to also congratulate the Minister of Economy and World Bank with this wonderful report. We think that it reflects the main challenges of green growth of Uzbekistan. And I do agree with the authors that if we ignore obvious challenges related to land degradation, water stress, air pollution, we think that this for sure will negatively change the lives of communities. In Yükselish, we every day receive calls and receive letters from farmers, cattle breeders, beekeepers, rural and urban citizens about abnormalities they are facing related to climate change, and they call for reactions. And we do understand that for Uzbekistan and globally, the green economy, green growth is not just a fashion or just a trendy word. It's an urgent necessity for better adapted future. So I would like to draw your attention on the following crucial issues. Firstly, we fully support the suggested steps in the report, the raised attention on the land degradation, water stress, air pollution, what we are facing now, creation of green jobs and reskilling practices that are needed in places, strengthening the local ownership of the grassroots and communities. And secondly, second point is we also think, as Mr. Mantavanelli pointed, awareness is a key to success. This is what we can learn from early strategies that have been adopted and should have been implemented already. In 2019, Uzbekistan, that has already adopted the strategy on the transition of a green economy for the period 2019-2030. However, up to date, there is no clear report on the implementation of this strategy. Civil society organizations are not fully engaged in the implementation, and honestly speaking, the wide public is unaware of these strategies. There is a limited data on the terms and completion dates of specific objectives, and our alternative monitoring activities in the local and national level show that neither the population nor the business have a clear understanding on what is being implemented and in which way they can contribute. So, even the state initiatives on transition to the water-efficient irrigation practice have not yet been properly integrated in agricultural sector. Despite the government has clear programs, let's be honest, we have huge problems with the implementation of drip irrigation systems in Uzbekistan. Certainly, the report is comprehensive. However, we need to clearly understand that society may not be ready to own these transitions yet. Citizens and civil society organizations' engagement is one of the efficient mechanisms to strengthen the ownership of people, ensure accountability and transparency of the state actors. For the past 2 years, Yükseliş has been advocating for allocation of minor part of funds from all national programs for the public oversight. We think that public oversight is a key to success to make monitoring. The practice has actually need to be demanded by both national authorities from one side and the citizens from the other side. Fourthly, we think that government needs to revise the system of benefit for the businesses that introduce the energy efficient and green technologies. In addition, bold steps must be undertaken to encourage the population on applying climate-friendly technologies for their daily livelihood. And finally, when we speak about green jobs, we need to be realistic and understand that every year, more than 500,000 new labor force comes to the market. This is a huge challenge for Uzbekistan. Government is not able to create jobs for all of them, so the big hope is from businesses. And of course, now business community also clearly feels their exclusiveness, and which allows them to violate norms and regulations and requirements of government, including green policies. So we think that we need to implement internationally acknowledged concepts, responsible business conduct, corporate social responsibility, that should help to curb irresponsible acts from business affecting the social and environmental norms. So we at Yükseliş are ready to work with the World Bank, with partners, with the government on the following areas to strengthen these efforts. Campaigning to raise public awareness and ownership on green growth issues, promote responsible business conduct concepts, public oversight of implementation of state programs, preparing annual alternative reports on implementing green economy strategies. And as we know, Mr. President Mirziyoyev put the green growth issue on the agenda, and we know that there is a strong political will on this issue. So we think that we need to enhance citizen and CSO engagement in green growth issues. We need to allocate more funds. Whenever we do any strategy, any policy, we need to allocate more funds for the public oversight. We need to do more public awareness campaigning. We need to encourage business and population to own green initiatives. And finally, be more resolute on implementing state and international obligations related to green growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and for your notes, important notes. Regretfully, the time for having the panel discussion is running very quickly. Thanks to all panelists for your quick but still deep expert responses and open positions. We have 10 minutes for questions, answers. So please, 2-3 questions we can allow to ask our speakers. Yes, please.
Thank you. Dr. Laura Altinger, UNDP. Well, actually, I would like to talk to the World Bank about the natural capital. We saw some nice slides which showed how the natural capital is being used to sustain the very high growth rate in Uzbekistan. And of course, that's not really sustainable in the long run. And we were talking with the Research Institute on Environment and Biodiversity is one of the issues that they look at. Now, it seems to me that we need to do more of these natural capital accounting exercises within the national accounts framework of Uzbekistan, because by having the valuations of these resources, these natural resources, nature, whether it be forests or water resources, land, you know, we can do all these kinds of accounts, these natural capital accounts, and insert them into the national accounts, which serves as a primary instrument for the policymakers in the economic policymakers, so that they can actually make these better decisions, which are also data-driven and, you know, driven by what the real valuations are of these things. Because, of course, natural capital has many valuations that are currently, if they don't appear in the account, it's because it's a hidden value that hasn't been reflected in the national account. So I'd like to know more about, you know, what does the World Bank do? Actually, I used to work for the World Bank, and we did exactly this in Vietnam. We did it for the forest. We did the first natural forest account. And it's something that then the policymakers, well, the statisticians rather than the national accounting, they take it forward and they do on a regular basis these accounts, which can then be used once you have a little bit of a time series to inform the economic decision makers. So let's hear from you about what's planned, and perhaps also from the Deputy Minister whether this could be something useful.
Please, who can?
Okay, maybe I will start. Ms. Altinger, thank you very much. Very important point. Actually, you know, you raised very interesting issue, and it is like, you know, we were in a situation like you go to a doctor and you cannot find the main reason. Now, it's in a sense that we prepared the forecast for next 3 years. Now we are working on this stage, and it's getting late. And one of the reasons that we cannot find some, you know, resources to fill in gaps, especially for economic growth, like electricity, energy resource shortage, and the production in the agriculture sector. So we are forecasting 5 to 6 years in the long term, and medium-term forecast comes from that target parameters. Next year, we cannot find an extra energy resource to support the economic growth. One example. The second, for the agriculture sector, it's also relevant. And labor resources. You know, if you go even beyond, it's of course not natural resource, but other, you know, we are going to the construction sector, iron, etc., etc. We will get this resources in order to fuel in or to support the economic growth. Integrating these things into our national accounts and also using them in a forecasting process, it will also be very useful and practical in the process of you know, discussion and communicating in the intergovernment agency level. It's very important, and I don't know, I think we already started discuss around this topic. It's very important, very important. Maybe if we put some unit or some experts on that, it will be very helpful. Because it's not something just you want to do or something new. Actually, this is the missing point that we have to, we knew 2 or 3 years before, and now we are trying to do a forecast until 2030 and saying, if we reach energy efficiency, in the natural gas or electricity sector by 20%, still we will have to have some, cover some deficiency or scarcity of natural gas or electricity, or we have to develop other, renewables more faster. Otherwise, we will be having a difficulty in supporting the economic growth with enough energy resource. And that can come with other resources as well, or the important reforms like the transportation sector, etc., etc. It's very important. Thank you.
Just to respond to the question about the natural capital accounting section of the report. So, yes, it's the bank has been involved in this work for some time, but it's just part one of a larger group of partners and research institutions and technical entities who know this subject very well. So the global program on natural capital accounting has now evolved into something that we call WAVES, that's ongoing. The results presented for Uzbekistan is drawn from that database that we continue to try and update. There's a lot of scope for cooperation to do further work if there is interest, and we very much welcome that opportunity. Some of the things we struggle with is on data, because the full assessment includes other forms of natural capital as well, including produced and capital and human capital. And we've had trouble obtaining good data for certain countries on those things. There's also some methodological areas where we would welcome collaboration, particularly to give the true value of certain forms of natural resources for their ecosystem services. And that's always difficult to estimate. So yes, certainly very much welcome the opportunity to work further and go deeper, especially to see how that might fit into what Uzbekistan would like to do in the future.
Thank you very much. One more question? Yes, please.
Thank you. Vincent Copin from the French Development Agency. So we have been talking on one hand of the necessity of having price incentive rights with maybe reducing subsidies and creating new taxes. On the other hand, of the necessity of having a just transition. So my question is how to reconcile those two agendas that can be at some time conflicting, especially for poor households and small enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Okay. This is one of the, Vincent, this is one of the, I think, very popular topics of this forum discussed even at a high level, and very clearly explained by Com as well, and you are also mentioning that they are kind of contradictory. From one side you are trying to give some enabling or stimulating environment. From the other side, you are also stimulating this consumption. And our plan for next year and upcoming years, our reforms, our forecast scenario is based on active reform scenario and abolishing these inefficient subsidies. And the way we are doing is, it's more or less clear, because we already, remember during summer period we did some communications and tried to explain. We will increase the price for electricity and natural gas, and by implementing social norms. Yeah, so it's like there will be some, limitations for, some level of usage of the electricity and natural gas, and the remaining will go to close to the market level. And now we realize that by postponing it, for later period, it's putting us in some trap, from which it will be even harder to get out, because the problem is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is one thing that we are trying to communicate, and so this is our some key industries, chemical, in the construction materials. We cannot, so we have to open the market for the import gas for them. And so they have to pay for the international market price level. And maybe in 2 or 3 years' time, it will be very close to the market level. We will keep some social norms because it will be very hard to change substantially for everyone, because socially vulnerable part of the population are also one area of concentration, paying the attention. But the remaining, leave it for the, get close to the market level. And after that, we will, be, I think, more efficient in implementing the incentives and taxes for, green energy and water usage, etc., etc. One of our colleagues, he was saying that we introduced meters for natural gas and electricity. Now it has become more efficient, because previously it was in a Soviet-style calculation. You go to house, how many people live, and you count per head, and then charge for gas or etc. Now you have a system of accounting, but even that is not helping. We are saying this will not help unless you don't go for market price. This will not bring to the reduction of inefficient usage of the natural gas. So there is a clear understanding, but the broad of the people who are understanding needs to be even a bit broadened, and I think we will go faster. Could I answer?
Now that's a super interesting question that we could have another roundtable on. But in the specific case of Uzbekistan, I think there is an opportunity which is linked to the reforms to reduce the state footprint in the economy. We are talking about a transition that needs to generate more revenues, right, and more fiscal space to protect the vulnerable that you want to keep along. Uzbekistan has this chance because a lot of the inefficient use of resources, including natural resources, but also fiscal resources, is linked to a large state print, and I'm talking about state-owned enterprises, etc. If that process continues and there is more space for private sector to take over some of this activity, the government, the state, will have more space to focus on social systems and social protection systems, education to produce the skills for the green economy, and health systems. But not easy. I mean, it's very easy for me to say it here than done. But given the historical progression of Uzbekistan, there is that opportunity that some other countries don't have. And that can create that space that, if properly used, can ensure a just transition and public investments that support the green transition. Personal view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, only if very short, and for very short answer, please.
It's more a compliment to State Committee for Ecology, and it provides an entry point for promoting social justice and a just reform. State Committee for Ecology is currently evaluating the Aarhus Convention, Uzbekistan has not ratified Aarhus Convention, and it is particularly focused on increasing access to and transparency in terms of information on environmental conditions to the public and increasing their participation in decision making. So I think this is it's a very valuable. It's a convention. In the end, it has to be implemented, but I don't know what state of review that's at. But I know that is under review by the State Committee for Ecology, and I think that will be a good step. It's a framework that many countries have applied and increases, by integrating environmental dimensions into your socioeconomic development plans, and environment frequently is a good tool for for social justice, because generally the poorest people live in the dirtiest places and they're most exposed to most pollution. So I think it's a nice tool to consider. So it doesn't require a response. The other comment, though, is that let's consider increasing NDC targets progressively, year by year, adding new sectors. I think the more that the country commits to identifying new sectoral targets, even though you've identified an economy-wide ambition for 2050, I think providing clearer indications for adaptation and mitigation, maybe not at this next COP next week, but just this is as you have these valuable new strategies, the decarbonization strategy under development, this will be excellent input for reconsidering what can the government commit to internationally use for market-based and regulatory-based targets. So, thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. We all see that the report towards a greener economy in Uzbekistan provided useful starting point for today's discussion, inspiring that speeches of panelists and feedback from participants confirm main theses of the report. There is no doubt that the discussion of strategies towards the green growth in Uzbekistan demand continuation, and maybe it will be a topic for next year Economic Forum. Key messages of the report and today's speeches may be formulated as following. Uzbekistan emerged an ambition transitions from from a planned economy to a market economy in 2016. A green transition is not a separate undertaking, but an integral part of the broader economic transition to sustainable and inclusive market economy. Improved natural resources management is needed for making future growth robust, resilient, and inclusive. As more countries adopt strong climate policies and global demand for carbon-intensive products is projected to decrease in medium to long term, Uzbekistan has an opportunity to turn potential economic crisis from this global green transition into economic benefits by strengthening domestic green climate policies. Comprehensive climate policy will provide the necessary incentives for the shift toward low carbon energy and energy efficiency. Job creation and redeployment strategies can help mitigate some of the social cost of the green transition. Substantial financing will be needed to green the economy, but green financial strategies can help to close the gap. And green growth topic discussion demands continuation. Thank you, distinguished participants, distinguished panelists. Thank you for your time, for this very interesting discussion. And let me to close the event. We are absolutely excellent in time. My congratulations to all of us. Dear participants, we are all invited to make a group photo, please. Let us follow. За кем нам идти?
Раз.
Раз. Да. Коллеги, добрый день. Наверное, начнем с небольшой задержкой из-за обеда. Я предлагаю всем участникам, если удобно, за круглый стол, кто хочет, готов сесть, присоединиться, потому что у нас будет живая дискуссия, ну и чтобы максимально эффективно провести. Пожалуйста, не стесняйтесь, проходите за круглый стол, а гости, кто еще подойдет, присоединятся.
So please join us at the round table for starting up our discussion. Thank you. Once again, hello, dear colleagues. We will start our event today, and our session is devoted to the question of transformation of the company for sustainable development and attractive of investment. Of course, I would like not to use very complicated words. We discussed already for a long time, for 2 days, different issues, and therefore the question is, if anyone would need an interpretation, please use earphones. The earphones, they over there, our colleagues will pass earphones to you, so you can choose the language. My name is Farukh Abdullahayev. I'm the partner with banks, and I will be moderator for today. It will be in a lively format. Therefore, I would like to encourage everyone to share their opinion, and our speakers will answer different questions of the practical issues. So what we would like to do today, we will discuss the tasks and also destroy all the myths, and also to look at the practical approaches for transformation of the company in Uzbekistan and attractive investment. One more. I would like to say that we will see the PR code on the screen, and using this PR code, you will be able to ask questions for making our communication more effective. I also would like to encourage everyone to be active and also to ask questions, so you are able to do that using this PR code. The most popular questions and issues for the event will be when it was started, and those who will be most basically active will get special prizes. I would like to introduce our speakers that working in Uzbekistan and they face-to-face. Nadirbek Fakir is a KMG partner in Uzbekistan. Mesilievich is an expert of transformation of companies from the Ministry of Finance of Uzbekistan. Oksana Parizova, a partner of practice in Uzbekistan. Bikreneva is a partner of the group in accounting and also reporting and analytics. Good day, colleagues. But Mambayev is a partner of strategic partners in Caspic region, and Saksibaieva is the director of the capital market in Uzbekistan. Thank you. So we all gathered here, and I would like to note here that all speakers are practically working in Uzbekistan, and they will share their experience. At the same time, I would like to give floor to Nadirbek Vahidov for greetings. Good day, dear colleagues, our friends. I'm very glad to welcome all of you here in such framework in the forum, Economic Forum of Uzbekistan. I'm CEO of the partners in KUG in Uzbekistan. My name is Nadirbek Vahidov. Even though we are a member of international company, but anyway, we are here, we are not outside, far away, and we are very close, and all experts that are present here for this discussion, they work closely with our clients in Uzbekistan. Yes, of course. We understand that we have access to all our international experts and also data, and we are like a link between on the market for our clients. So I would like to note that. And therefore, it's kind of like an overview of our company, local company that we are based in Tashkent. It's already 1.5 days of our economic forum, and today after lunch, especially, and also on Friday, we were brave enough to gather all of you together, and I would like to charge you with energy to make sure that this hour will be very effective, productive, and therefore you will carry out with you some answers to your questions and maybe some actually action plans that can be implemented tomorrow. So therefore, I will not waste more time, so let's go back to Farooq and start. Let's start. Our dialogue will be constructed in such a way that we will start from strategic planning, because we do see in Uzbekistan and in the whole region that a lot of companies very actively develop strategies of different types, and the roadmaps were also developed by sectors, by companies, and we write or develop this strategy. So what next? How can we form this strategy to see that it really will give us a result? Because it's obvious that a lot of companies will face some issues and difficulties. So Polat, can you please share and give some views? So after the strategy is developed, what next? Good day, colleagues. Thank you for your time. Of course, our topic is very interesting. Of course, when we discuss what topic should be discussed, one of them was strategic development planning, and I fully have associations that in Uzbekistan, we are located here from 2017. We participated in different projects, and we very well know that country currently goes through a lot of reforms, economical, also political reforms. It's also the change of the private market that should be accompanied with strategies and also the results that usually will be seen after implementation of these strategies. And our observation is that initially, of course, there is just a stage of getting use of awareness of the strategy, what it is by itself. But I can say that for this time, a lot of people already understand what it is, because they already had a chance to work together with different partners. And now there is a question, okay, so now we have this document, it's already signed, we have the roadmap, we already have some people responsible for different actions, and now the key moment is why this strategy was developed, who developed the strategy, what type of management. Is it a private company in industry, is it a state company, and so forth. My observation, I can say there is no one solution, but strategies will start work when there is a clear understanding of the shareholders, what they want from this company, from this business. They, of course, will have to transform their preferences to the top management to see what they should measure, maybe evaluate on an annual basis. We had a lot of examples when these visions can be not the same, and Maybe these strategies will be given by the shareholders and how the top management will view these strategies. It's actually people that manage the company on a daily basis. So for me, a good strategy, and to say that this, of course, working strategy, it's a clear, when we can see that initiative are clear, identify, and of course the people, with competent people will do the monitoring of the strategy. And the third, it's the power that is given to the different departments to implement this, of course, strategy. And of course, the organizational structure, it's maybe one person or a whole department that will be responsible for any issues of implementation of the strategy and monitoring of it. Because an example that we observe, not all organizations at the point of the development of the strategy had such function to, for example, have a competitive analysis and so forth. In order to continue this discussion, I would like to just to summarize what we learn. That the document by itself, let's say, it's not tell us a lot. It's just a condition that should be provided initially. Of course, we have to state it on paper that will discuss our actions further ahead. But if there is no mandate and, of course, appropriate employees and staff and positions that will be fully responsible for implementation of this strategy, so such strategy will be staying on the shelf and it will not be enforced. Another observation that we had, that's company that also have a private capital, they are more mature for such strategies. I don't really understand why they do that, but they will allocate these funds for implementation of these strategies, and they will take steps for assessment and measurement of the strategies. Central Asia countries, bordering countries like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, of course, they have some strategies that will be given from up to down, but it will be also interesting to hear from your perspective, what is your experience and what do you believe the main driver for strategies? Thank you. Thank you very much, Pulat. In my practice, I can see that the strategies that are forming after 1 year, they may be already outdated, because the world is changing very fast. What we had a year ago may be not the actual for current time. And therefore, in the future, it will be the same. So, therefore, why these strategies or formation of the strategies, now they are relevant? In what way? How we can separate and how we can really see this planning, strategy planning, connection to the future? Maybe somebody from other colleagues would like to respond to this question or give the input. How fast, in such a fast-changing world, these strategies will be relevant? Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. It's a very good question. Thank you for your question. I would try my best to share my knowledge and my ideas. We have almost like a family circle here. Therefore, we could really go deeply in this issue. Strategy. I would tell from the company that is located under the management of the Ministry of Finance. Yes, of course, most all companies provided such document with the title strategy, but when we try to talk to them and see what they are planning to do, of course, they did not live with it, and therefore they do not have a clear understanding. So therefore, this is, of course, existing as an obstacle. And another one is, like you mentioned, everything is changing. And therefore, our strategy as a statistic document, but ability to think strategically and also to eliminate those ideas that maybe create strategic advanced and preferences, but in state companies, unfortunately, not many people think in such a way. And why? Because here we can look back to the history, because it's not only the problem of Uzbekistan and Uzbek states, companies, but also all countries after post-Soviet Union countries, because most of them, they were formed during the wartime. It's after wartime, after 50s or 60s, the economical conditions were different. It was a planned economy, stable situation, predictable pricing, no demand. It was just a plan, state plan. So therefore, it was completely opposite environment from what we have now. So now it's very hard for us to do the forecasting. What will be the price, for example, gas or oil tomorrow? We don't even know what will happen tomorrow. So that's very for us hard to plan for 1 year, for 2 years, for 20 years. We have to not use exact data and numbers, but we have to be very flexible with the change of the environment. But such skills, unfortunately, we don't have in our companies, or they just in the initial stage of development. And therefore here we have to speak about the fact that we have some strategic plan, and some people will say that the plan is useless and priceless, and the plan is not worth anything, because after we create the plan, everything changes. And here we should ask a question, and maybe you've seen such strategies before quite a bit. What percentage of this is actually fulfilled in a way as it was planned? And of course here it's a very little share, I would say. And why? Because the environment is changing. And I'm very glad to say that we should not just go for statistic documentation and based for this, but develop the strategic management in a company that can adapt, review, and also change the strategies during any other changes that take place. The geopolitical situation, inflation, market, price change. It can be any kind of changes, demographic changes, and so forth. So we live not in a quiet time, and it's unpredictable time, and therefore we can't predict any situations. And the skill to work in such environment, it's what we need to develop, this skill. And therefore, I would like just to say that the strategical managing, not planning. Why? Because planning is just the outcome of it is a plan. We have a lot of plans, a lot of ideas, of course, but we look at the result. Where is the result? So the management, of course, to see that we can see the result, it's a different type of strategic planning or management.
Ну, получается так, что компаниям в первую очередь нужно...
Yes, as I see, the companies shall not develop the strategy, but first of all consider their internal organization so that they could be ready for risks. Yes, today we didn't go into details about the risks, but I believe that risk management issues and assessment of internal and external risks also will be on the agenda of consideration by companies, and also the ability to take the risk so that the management could do that. Can you comment on that? Yes, sure. I will try to be short. I've already said that the session is on the transformation, and this is what I'm doing. And one of the parts of the transformation is
exchanging of capabilities of the company. And one of the capabilities is a strategic management. But when we speak about risks, state companies, they have been set in different environment, and where risks have been avoided. So when we speak about risks, we have to keep low profile, and then you will be successful. But we have to understand that if we don't take any risk, we will probably not get any result. Therefore, any risky step gives a potential capacity to take good results. And any investor knows that there is no gain without risks. And if we avoid risks, we will not get them. Therefore, one more direction is to learn how to work with risks, to assess them, not to avoid, but to know how to manage risks and to admit that there are risks. And that from the first time we will not be able to do everything properly or successfully, so we will have to try several times. Therefore, here we would say kind of cultural shift, or also kind of transformation. But to start understanding and managing this, we will need basic things. Our culture currently and the system of managing risks, at least in state-owned companies, needs very good improvement. And we already started thinking about it. We will, yes, do that. Thank you. Colleagues, if you have any questions or comments, so we are now at the round table, so please raise your hands. You can add your ideas. We may see that here we have experts from different areas, and business, private companies, state companies. So if you have anything to add or to comment some ideas or share your experience, I urge you to actively participate. Because at the end, we would like to make some summary of the key ideas and recommendations or lessons learned. Colleagues, any questions? Yes, please. Yes, with your permission, I have a comment. In addition to what have been said, I am Atabek Nasirov. I am the representative of the Swiss Technological Institute in Central Asia. So I will not repeat what have been already said, but what I witnessed for the latest 4 months when we started B2B market, not only in the Republic of Uzbekistan, but also in Central Asia region, I noticed that when we speak about transformation of the company, we may witness that when company is digitally transformed, a lot of attention is paid to the fact whether the team is ready to go forward based on the strategy by one of the firms from Big 4, Big 3. And I agree with Adamas, because there is a low level of competence, because any transformation requires new skills, and it also implies the fact that the company will move from the previous system, previous environment and management to the new one. And I many times witness that attention is not paid and the budget is not properly allocated for the team training. Yes, they may say, yes, we have set working groups, but when we start talking to them, we see that they don't have knowledge, maybe by blogs or overall. For example, digital transformation, right? Everyone thinks that it's more about IT, but indeed it's not that, and we do all understand it. And digital transformation is about people, is about all the many things. Therefore, I would like to draw your attention to also to the fact that education is not there, and we have to pay a lot. I mean, training. Thank you very much. Yes, this is also a very important point on the human capital, and we have even a special part of the session dedicated to these issues. But as you said, budget. The budget is not allocated properly, and all the transformation, it shall cost some money. So we speak about time and technologies and system transformation. And there should be some capital inputs. Why we do that? We want to have IPO and also to attract some investment. But then who shall pay that? This is a good question. Yes, okay, we are ready to do that, but who will provide money and how we can attract it quickly? Saltanat, could you kindly answer these questions? Yes, Farooq, thank you. Budget is very relevant, yes, and we always think where to find assets. There are two types of funding. It's debt and equity financing. From the first point of view, yes, we get some money, but then return a bit more. As for equity financing or equity funding, it may seem that we don't overpay, but at the same time we do some commitment. We provide some comfort for the investor with some level of income, and also give the full-fledged right to the investor to intervene to operational activity. Yes, in both cases, Farooq, yes, well, it doesn't matter which way we choose, investor, and I believe everyone will agree that they are very capricious, so they need a good company which they would want to invest and get money. And in this regard, we have to be ready that not only in Uzbekistan, but it's right for all the world, that investors consider the company very thoroughly. And the complex analysis will be considered in our consultancy language. It's called due diligence, and will assess all the possible risks. So we have to take this also into account. And now, in particular, taking into account the geopolitical situation and all these deviations and challenges, access to assets is a bit difficult. Yes, thank you. Yes, we can. It means we can attract assets, but anyway, we will be checked. Let's imagine that largest companies of Uzbekistan already joined this capital market, and what they will be required. We have to note that for the latest period, as Adam also noted, transformation of state-owned companies and the private sector implies a really big load of work, and also we have a lot to do further. If we now, let's say, go to West and ask for budget, then, as I said, investor, again, they were pragmatic. They will consider the financial data, and based on IFRS standards. Why? Because this is a world practice. IFRS report gives some transparency and comfort. And as Adam also noted, they will consider internal risks and the ability to assess internal and both external risks, and what this company actually wants. It is set, okay, they have revenue, okay, but what the company, in which direction it wants to develop. Now, colleagues, yes, we are in the era of IT technologies, and if you don't improve your infrastructure, you will have difficulties to from investors. Yes. Thank you very much.
Такие текущие, да, требования. Вот я оказался на рынке.
Yes, question, please. Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to add also what investors consider. Yes, investors, they are very kind of precious. And I'm from Prosperity Capital. We invest to the shares of public companies. And we, as such companies, we also consider the corporate direction. And as for risks, investor is ready to take these risks of the business model, of the market, of the suppliers, but investor never wants to attract the risks of corporate management. So if investor sees them, whether he will not invest or will reduce the amount. And I think it's very important on the market because as a country of which have been in the composition of USSR, yes, maybe there are some problems, gaps in corporate management. Therefore, we shouldn't forget about it especially when we invite portfolio investors. Yes, transparency also should be there. I agree. Yes. Yes, we know this kind of investors, but we address the right investors. This is a joke, but at the same time, we understand that, for example, I am also invest. I want guarantees how much my capital will be protected, and we know that if we enter equity, then in the boards we put own people. And if I lend money, then I assess the mechanisms of protection of the rights of shareholders. The protection from different kind of risks. It's not just corporate risks. Maybe you already heard about ESG, why we need it, how to apply it. G is governance. It's about corporate governance. But also there are different other factors. But it's also very pragmatic. Because ecology, ESG, it's 3 parts. Yes, as you know, it's ecology, environment, it's social factors. So why investors shall consider that? But it's very pragmatic. And if I invest to the area of the products of which will be prohibited tomorrow, for example, yes, in Europe, I shall now consider it. And if social factors, yes, for example, if I don't have a balance, if the company doesn't know and doesn't want to share the revenue with own employees, then it will be socially unbalanced, and it will be not sustainable, and this is also risk for my investment. And yes, it wouldn't be that easy for me to invest, or if I do that on a short term, period. And when we speak about fundamental or long-term perspectives, then it's assessment from the point of ESG. It's not trend, it's a requirement. And when we say what investors will consider, it's a number of requirements. The more serious market, the more serious then our requirements will be. If we speak about the public platforms, yes, they have been formed for many years, 10 years, 20 years, and to avoid some excesses and problems, there are rules, some definite requirements which are put before each person who enters the market, kind of a member of the club. And when companies enter such club, like you will not come in shorts or in slippers, right, to the club of gentlemen. So you have to follow the dress code. And
you have to realize what place are you in, and therefore the question of compliance, it's a very actual question, and we do have a lot of illusions here. Of course, this is one of the questions that you touch upon, and I would agree. Of course, we have a trend, and we all know that. And I would like to say here that IPO is very interesting process and exciting, but of course it's costly. It's also require a lot of time and posts, and therefore separately to talk about the demands and requirements that only grow year by year. I have such phrase. We are here in a narrow circle, so I would like to say very important not to get married, but to stay in marriage. So therefore, to get to the club of elites, of course, it's very cool, but of course, maybe it's an indicator of success, and we all want to be there, but it's one thing just to get there, but most important is to stay here. And therefore, it's of course require extra investments and extra management in a large industries. It's MF4 reporting, as you mentioned, corporative management, IT infrastructure, strategies, management. Management, as you mentioned as well, is in terms of competency. In principle, in companies, it's very important. If management sees the vision where they are going, yes, of course, it's very positive. But we want also to increase the requirements in order to receive this fund. I would like just to add, in order to stay in the same club, as it was noted, we have to behave accordingly. In order to behave appropriately, you should have a set of adequate knowledge. And so here we go back to the question of education. Of course, I don't want to be much worried. We're here in a very narrow circle, and I would like to give such example. In our region, in Central Asia, we had some cases when a large company, they will be on a listing, and they delisting, and they've done it also in a bad condition. They were almost like had to delisting because even some investigation took place, how initially they were listing and then how they managed to delisting within a couple of weeks. And it was one of the largest fraud along Forex, and our companies from our region took place. What was wrong? Just to avoid such cases, such situations, additional measures and requirements were taken, and they put it higher, and therefore anyone who will come or approach from our region, they will look more closely. And therefore the question, how do we prepare for it, and how it was mentioned, And like you said, if you get married is one, so how long you will stay maybe in marriage, and what are your goals, and why do we go to this club? Just to look cool, or we have more deeper sense and understanding of it? Even for myself, I can't answer questions to this answers to these questions. Very interesting topic we're now having here, exciting, and of course we planned that a lot of questions will be raised that would require some answers, maybe not right now, but in a short period, including strategies as well. And then one of them, in order for us to see the quality, high quality, successful strategy, is of course to ask correct questions in order to find the correct answers. About 5 times here you mentioned M4, and we can see in Uzbekistan the international standards of financial reporting, they're actively implemented, and a lot of clients, a lot of partners, they say we do have it, we have audit, we do all reporting, but is it really take place? Because in front of this club, we do say that we have a very beautiful dress, education, car. Then we got married with a set. And after that, when they will start looking closely how it is true and how it's really meet your expectations. So this issue is to me, yes? Oh, this question is to me. Okay, let's be honest. It was 4611 from the 1st of 2021. It was a special resolution to implement this reporting. Some companies prepared it, some of them went through audit, and some of them have done the primary audit reporting, and maybe they will receive the full set of reporting with the MCO in 2022. But what is behind it? How it was prepared? Of course, everybody understands it was a transformation on Excel. We do have a certain changing took place before they really reach the numbers of MCO. So therefore, to talk about the transparency, it will be very hard. And therefore, with each correction of the data, will raise additional issues in such format, in such also pace. We can live maybe 1 year, 2 years, because companies in Uzbekistan, they live, for example, in 2 realities, in 2 dimensions, and sometimes they're completely different. In one, for example, they will be profitable, they have, or opposite in another. In MC4, what investors see, they can see maybe some losses and so forth. But when they collected all these reports, and this is not something, no investors will come and invest in such, for example, reporting system. So it should be clearly understandable. And now there is a demand, and that is also a demand of the Ministry of Finance, is to have a primary tracking system of MCO report. It's not possible to do it using Excel format. It's not possible to do consolidation using that. And the numbers, of course, will be with MCO. In addition to accounting reporting, the company should also have the taxation report. And very commonly, that 2 reports are confused. Of course, it's already created. It's a separate reporting system with a certain codex and accounting report, of course, and the other report is a management report, because in addition of numbers, there is a natural indicator that the company should, of course, manage. And all this should be done not at the end of the year, just something that should fill these numbers, and of course they should take decision based on them on daily basis. And of course, all bonuses and dividends, they should be in one reality, and it's MCO realities. It's what investor will take in consideration. The first step is already done. It was done. This transformation from Excel. The next step, of course, it's the tracking and reporting automatization with the MCO. It's not possible to do it in Excel, but when we talk about system, we can't use it separately, this system. Of course, it's a corporative system that will merge all information and data of organization. But of course, they have the other systems available on this platform and how we can move to it. So some companies now, they still look at separately. Oh, we just need to use the software and it will work. No, it will not. There is no magic. This process, it requires resources, finance, and also human resources, time resources. You have to invest, and you have to go through this path with the open eyes, take experience of international practice that already exists in market, and you have to invest in this. Maybe Oksana can comment here in terms of system and how to construct the strategy. Thank you. Of course, I would like to pay attention here that the companies, of course, maybe already even trained their specialists. And maybe they have even specialists that are able to do analytics and they can make the business processes. But most oftenly, we can see that if you come to one department, they can create their own system. In another department, they will create their own system. And to understand how they can do it later. And therefore, we have to think about corporative management and management of data, and also the skills and of management of the large-scale projects. And it's not possible to learn it very fast because, of course, you can be very good and equipped to learn how to do the programming, but this requires some specialists that already have a lot of projects behind and they understand all risks. And therefore, here I would say it's very important to call for consultancy of the top 4. So we have an opportunity when we take part of the risk, we together with the company, we take these risks and implement in transformation because we want to see the result. And therefore, here I would suggest not to come not only to us, but to all consultants on the market available in order to go together and also to reduce the number of mistakes that we can make during such projects. Thank you very much, Oksana. So we can see that the companies currently are living in 2 different dimensions. From one side, we are going to the stock market and attract capital. We have a strategy. And from another side, we have operational tasks, current tasks to take fast decisions. And the question will be to all, how do you see such gap in what is expected by our shareholders and management of the companies, what to do now, what to do in a year, what would do tomorrow. So not necessarily what result I should show to the budget, but we talk about activities and how the company, and already that was already mentioned before about the internal competency. So my question will be what priorities of these competencies should be built, and of course cooperative management, or maybe they have to initiate new system of RP, was that because there are so many different tasks and therefore, and also demands and also requirements, and they are also exist not only in state companies, in private companies. Maybe now we can talk about the priorities. Of course, maybe it is very hard, of course, but give an advice or discuss or have a dialogue here with the participants. What should we do first? What is priorities? Because it is not possible to make an ideal pill for different companies, but the result of our discussion can be the set of critical, important tasks and goals that company in current condition should take in Uzbekistan. And this is something that they should do at the top of the list. So, of course, it was not planned, this question, but I would like to hear your suggestions and just to voice your opinion. So when you always look at me when you talk about justice, because it was previously the same in the rehearsal. So what's the question, please? Can you repeat? So what will be the key task the company of Uzbekistan they should focus on and try to find a solution? Okay, there are a lot. Sometimes I'm very surprised once everybody say, let's do such a pill that will solve all our problems. We don't have such pill or such bullet. Of course, it's not possible to solve everything with one pill. So here we are talking about big companies, complex systems and businesses that it's not possible to change. If I change the special screw in the car, it will not change the car. So therefore, the mechanism, of course, that we're changing modeling of business, of course, the deepness of understanding the time, competencies. The question is, are we really ready to discuss it? Because every time when I raise this, a lot of people want a fast result. Rating should be tomorrow. Why, But we would like to say, if you want to see the result of your work, at the same time, go be a sure payer. If we are now talking about complex and complicated issues, it's not going to be a fast seen result. So not something that we can say, okay, till Tuesday, let's do this. I don't understand such tasks. There are markets, there is a readiness of the companies, there is also the skill of maybe managing it. Some companies have the unique situation. For some company, maybe they have something more advanced. Maybe they have more advanced system of management of people, set of people and stuff. But system issues, they are obvious. At least I would say for the companies that are currently located in the management of the Ministry of Finance, I can say they already formed. They formed in their own environment, in a different environment, and without any kind of preferences, without subsidy from a government, and they don't know even how to swim. They will just drown within a couple months. Therefore, there is no other way. We just have fully transformed them, and this is called transformation. So if you ask me how to do transformation, of course, I will identify 5 directions, key directions, and I always say the first one, yes, is a corporative management. We have to understand this. We have to set the tone for it, what our shareholders expect, because shareholders should be shareholders, and how we're dealing with this in Uzbekistan. Unfortunately, we have too much state interference, even in a state company, because if it's a state company, it doesn't mean that each state organization will demand something from them, because state company is a shareholder, and they should act as a shareholder. In addition to it, we will also claims that new shareholders will be around present, and how will be the protection of the rights of a minority, what will be dynamic with these shareholders, what will be in the supervisory board, what discussions and dialogues. That's why corporative management is a must. And the second, of course, it's talents. It's human resources, it's competencies. In Uzbekistan, we have a lot, or quite a bit, progressive people and educated and literate, but do they give or do they get this opportunity to make a company to go through transformation? No, my answer to this question. Therefore, we have to give authorities to these companies to also to appoint an appropriate personnel to these positions, that they have competencies and qualifications. I meet such people. And we have to continue implementing this, and how to attract in such salaries that we currently have in a state structure, we will never attract anyone. We have fully change the structure of the salary or remuneration. So we will pretend we pay you and you will pretend that you work. We have to stop this circle. And should be done, first of all, by the shareholder. They should say that we will pay a good salary. We will share also the profit with the competent managers. Where are you? And that's a second direction that should take place.
Это стратегическое управление, которым...
And the third one is also very important. So there is no competence of forming or working with the same risks or understanding overall the cycle of how to work in a dynamic, changing environment. And we also here consider not only just outer space, but also internal organization. Our state-owned companies, they don't fulfill some of the functions even that the company shall do. And what they have to produce, the strategy is approved in the cabinet of ministers, and what the company itself, what does it do? It's just a branch of state agencies, or what? If it's a company, let's put in the way all the functions, let's have a business model, let's make it pay dividends. No, we want to have this obsolete method. Therefore, strategic management, this is something that have to be changed. And then we spoke about IFRS. Yes, now there are very exact requirements, expectations of investor to have IFRS policy. Therefore, this is something that is needed. And as Farukh said, for example, we say we have everything. Then show what you have. Put it on the table. And it turns out that you have nothing. Yes, I asked one of the state-owned companies, do you have assets? What is the cost of these assets? 1 billion. And then I see it have to be 15 billion, and then we start arguing. So like and then there cannot be this kind of costs because the value of these assets is under the question. So, and then we want to trade on international markets. Maybe it means that we have to do properly everything on the internal market. It's not just accounting, it's the indicators, primary costs, revenue. We have to compare ourselves with other companies so that you understand the value of our own company, of our own assets. So we have to look at other companies, what they are doing, what indicators they have, all these KPIs. What KPIs were guided today? I'm sure that today we all these KPIs, they don't work. We have to start from zero. And shall we base our KPI on these numbers? No, I don't believe this, and I think none of us believe. Yes, we have to be honest. Yes, we have to introduce right management, and even some companies don't know where the company gets money. They come from budget, they say, and I wonder. And marketing is working with the market, with contracts. No, we don't have it even. Therefore, this is also the processing model. And technologies, yes, technologies also are very important. They strengthen everything. If we have some problems and you put their technology, that will be a mess, believe me. Very expensive mess. And I see it happening in our companies. No, first you have to organize internally structures, architecture, and then to cement it with technologies. Together, all that will work properly. And then show who takes this flag and moves forward the right future. Who takes the responsibility for that? And eyes shining, yeah? Because we're doing all that for the best companies of the country. So I see and hear a lot of speeches, opinions, but no action. Therefore, I urge everyone to unite, to start working on that, and all these key areas, they are exact, and except for praising each other, let's discuss how to solve these tasks. And today we have a very good topic. Thank you to the company. Strategic direction, it's very important. We can move fast, but if we don't know where, then therefore, yeah, we have to discuss it. And as for the capital markets, its ambitions are very big, but any growth needs some investment, yeah? Again, from budget? No, it's bad. And the state says we will not invest. Let's test it on the market. If investors are not ready to invest, why we have to do that? Yes, a very right question. Therefore, working with capital market, investment attracting, it's very important, very crucial. And we are not speaking about just we are speaking about the development of the company, of the economy, of the separate areas, the whole economy of the country. Yes, and sorry for speaking a lot. You asked me where to start. This is a very complex thing. There is no any button to press it and then to be happy. No. Thank you, Adamas. We have several questions on our portal. I would ask to start with the implementation of the strategy. Adil was the one who asked this question. Can you please read it out and then answer? Yes, we are speaking about the fact that the companies have to form their competence to implement the strategy. So what instruments are present for that? Training, hunting? Yes, based on my experience for the implementation of the strategy, the team that will implement it further shall be in this development group. So this team shall know what it's about. And preliminary, so we have to set a good team, and The next step is speaking about the roadmap, strategic initiatives, deadlines, etc., and efficiency. We have to develop or set a special unit, for example, consisting just of 2 people, individuals. That will be independent and will be reporting to the CEO. And the task of such unit is to conduct further monitoring of the strategy, and the main working document will be the roadmap. It's usually done in this way in the companies with directive policy. And as my experience shows, when there are hot debates when developing it, then it means that strategy will work. Then there are other factors such as budgeting or some indicators, etc. And in Uzbekistan, we have a big demand for the specialists for strategic management, and maybe hunting of specialists abroad, those who could teach the members of the team and then independently on the permanent basis could implement the tasks and the strategy itself. And also the data that lets to manage and also to get some results, because so in short, that was all. Yeah, can I also add, as an example of Uzbekistan, yes, so introduction of IFRS, it was announced long before, there was a roadmap, and I think it was a good way how to increase competencies in such a such a tight direction as IFRS. So Ministry of Finance organized platforms, trainings, and currently Ministry of Finance allocates budget, so any person who wants to get certificate on CCA and IFRS, they can compensate that money, and in the in different institutes there are special courses on IFRS, and very many people interested, and I think this kind of systemic approach gives results. And we see that in many companies of Uzbekistan there are special departments or units on methodology, on IFRS, yes, and where we have employees over kind of hunted from abroad and from other regions, and from Russia we have very good specialists coming here, and I think this is a really good time to get this expertise, and these people, they share their experience, their knowledge, and this expertise stays here at the local level. And in the companies, for the last 3 years invested a lot. For example, speaking about IFRS, it was like 1 time a month. There was training on IFRS, and also there are different accredited centers doing that. So I think when we have such kind of systemic approach, then we will have increased competences. For sure, we will need practice, but going through all this transformational process, we will get it.
I'm from World Bank, and I will take this opportunity. I would like to see if you can share with your experience from Kazakhstan or KMG, because I know that about 20 years you already use FSO. And of course, it's difficult to say it very hard in a short time, but maybe you can say about key questions or issues to avoid making mistakes. Because, of course, before we didn't have political desire, but now we have this fundament, and of course we work very closely with the Minister of Finance, and of course it was also partially our recommendations from the World Bank, but in some issues anyway it's suffering or lacking. Sometimes we say maybe there are some lack of funds, but there are some big companies and they don't have problem or issues with funds. So therefore we understand it's not the issue of one day, it's systemic question. That's why shortly, if you can give us an example from Kazakhstan experience and your experience. I'm in KPMG for 17 years and in Kazakhstan 20. So everything is happening in front of me. All these processes are very similar and they took place almost similarly in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. But I can say that in Kazakhstan there was not such a support because Ministry of Finance really have done a lot of efforts and also to shift the standards to the Uzbek language. It's quite a great great achievement because still a lot of population still Uzbek speaking and they study, they read and they learn using Uzbek language. The standards that are public on the site with Uzbek language is a great achievement. It's a great effort that was done by the Minister of Finance of Uzbekistan. But it was the same. It was, of course, transformation from Excel. But then that was understanding not possible to continue this. It's not possible to keep. You can say different price. You also have the way of it. So it's not possible to keep it all in one just Excel format. And therefore, they start to implement the system. And here I had to note that in Kazakhstan, we didn't have such awareness that it will be some national standards. Because there wasn't, for example, we just took it MC4 as a rule, especially in the regions, as you know. In Tashkent, it's already realized that it wouldn't be any MC4, it will be only MC4. And therefore, we also can see that it should be also taxation reporting. But this gap and the awareness, of course, to achieve awareness, it took 3 years for us to make sure that this will be the system approach. In Kazakhstan, we jump this period. We didn't go through this process. In the nearest future, the Minister of Finance is planning to publish law that will say that there is an MC4 for small and medium-sized enterprises and also for large businesses. And this is what we should come to understanding. And now we can say still a lot of accounting use their own old system of tracking and reporting. I would like to make the report here one note. MSO for small and medium enterprises, from your opinion, is it worth to implement it now or wait until the large companies will finish implementation? Of course, these standards, it's not existing. It's just planning to be launched on the 1st of January 2024. But it's already, of course, stated in the roadmap. And now the part of the activities and events is going on the company side. And they try to reduce the time frame of the reporting, and maybe 15th of April, and then we will come to the standard of international level. It will be the 30th of March. And so therefore, we should make sure that our systems should be ready. Yes, I would tell you for the 20 large companies that are currently under Ministry of Finance. First, we need the tracking or accounting policies that should be used a completely different logic that will also combine this reporting, and there is also management reporting where we even have never stepped on. So all these indicators, all structures, it's a process. And just a developing of this issue that we are raised now, you understand that you help other countries to develop, and what the time frame usually takes. It's about half a year, sometimes up to a year for large companies before they really understand, before they agree, before they approve. And of course, after the improvement, what next? We can't do it in our hands. We have to put it in a system of management, and therefore in the system of ERP on the large companies. And how long does it take to implement in such system? If there is also some obstacle, if there are no obstacles, if we have, for example, a ready team, everybody understands what they're doing, support of administration and government, okay, maybe 6, 9, 1 year additional. It's 2 years. It's only if we all work together. But I haven't seen in practice my experience. Therefore, I would say 3 years, sometimes 5 years. Because we also have to buy all this. One of the initiatives of the Minister of Finance was, I would say, inclusiveness of supervisory board, the directors that was from not internal but external. It was an idea when it's a person that will come from outside with experience and a different vision of management. They should come from the top, and then slowly he will start. I wouldn't say this is successful or not successful, but it was very good that you know this topic. Maybe Kimiji can tell us about such specific issues. What else would you recommend? Because all degrees, all resolutions of president, it's everything very good looking, but of course it's not hard sometimes to implement. There is no one solution or golden standard solution. Thank you very much for your question. I just will add a little additional to the previous question. Everything is much more complicated in financial sector because it takes longer if we compare to the production companies. And from our experience, it's very important to see that we will use one standard system of reporting. For example, currently, banks did not come to this. We should understand that the implementation in the bank will be even more than in any production company because there are also risk management issues. And if we take Kazakhstan and Russia, so we can see that in Kazakhstan it was still a national state, and it's also hold back the implementation of the standards like 9 or 17, for example. And one more issue. It's about the roles, how the supervisory board should be really involved in the project with digitalization. In my view, when we talk about the project of digitalization, it includes only IT, but I think it will start to involve business. Business should realize what tasks they should solve with digitalization project, because IT is just an instrument that is used, and therefore, if we can see that the business will grow, and therefore, and of course, the supervisory board should be involved in it if they can see the growth of a company. Thank you, colleagues. Our discussion actually just hit it. But overall, the goals and the task of this task we accomplished, and the main issues of the development of the company in Uzbekistan we covered. Thank you all for your participation. We also had some other questions, and most of them we tried to answer. We have also questions, personal questions, such as related to community, and of course we can answer them maybe later. And of course, in the beginning we had a small gifts for those who were very active in asking questions. Okay, here we have very close wins. The second place actually we have two people for second and third place. So therefore, we will now wrap up because our time is already over, and I would like you to finish our event. Thank you, colleague, for your active participation. It was very productive discussion and a lot of issues that we don't have answers currently we discussed, and it's all the process. And of course, a lot should be done, a lot be ahead of us. And all these questions that you ask and what, how, and to implement it, no one at this time will be able to tell. But our task was just to call attention that corporative management is not just words. And of course, G and everybody say what it is. But if you look at this, it's all just comes to the capital market, to the shareholders. Shareholders are pragmatic people that would like to make money, and market is moved by them, and they want to reduce their risks. They want to be sure that the corporative governance it's actually working and it's effective and it is safe. They want to make sure that when he is sleeping, then the cabinet of shareholders does not or directors does not just trying to share his capital. So therefore, we should understand. If we look at the long-term perspective, we talk about. And we know such examples of some disasters that will come to some fines and lose of the money and money of these investors. And that's why we have to consider that. And if we talk about the long-term and even short-term also perspectives, we have to understand that there are also local regulators, worldwide regulators, and they if now business will not think or consider such criteria, then tomorrow they will be out of business. And they wouldn't be able to just restructure the whole chain of their production or supply in such a way to meet these green requirements, let's say, that will be implemented. And the social issues, yes, social issues we discussed today and yesterday and today, and the whole forum was just talking about humans and of course competence and investors. As a pragmatic people, they also see who is managing this business. Are they motivated to see that this company working effectively, and will I get a return? How effectively do they manage risks? And I would say that this is a plan that we have. We have a plan, and who should be responsible for this plan?
И да, мы входим в рынки капитала, знаем.
Это деньги будет давать, соответственно, пока нету этих всех трех составляющих, да, то и денег не будет. Но и дальше мы вышли на какие-то рынки капитала, это одна моментная задача, да, но это надо поддерживать постоянно, а для этого нужен и учет, нужна, так сказать, вот эта постоянная.
So therefore, we need this hygiene that we have to keep, so the tasks are accomplished of our session, and therefore we wanted just to attract the attention, and I would like to ask all of you to be very active and these issues on agenda to discuss more. And we can discuss it here in our Uzbekistan with our companies, with our also CEOs, also in a structural, in a state level, in order for us to understand how important it is. And it's not possible to talk about the attractiveness of the company or a company without it. Thanks once again. Of course, it's Friday evening. It was not very easy to get together. I appreciate you coming and participating, and see you soon. Thank you. The winners of our session and ratings, everything is transparent. You can see it on the site. Adil, with a question about implementation of strategy. Second place, Anonymov, with a question about G transformation. that we will answer separately. And of course, the third place, Atabek Nasirov, about digitalization transformation of Uzbek companies. I would like to ask you to come here, and we will hand you our gifts. Thank you very much for your participation.